hearing on Capitol Hill, and there was a lot of unbelievable information that came out about UAPs here in this country. So with Pluto and Aquarius, I think there's going to be even more information that comes out, especially over the next 3 to 4 years, and especially here in the United States. Now, when many astrologers and people were thinking and talking about Pluto moving into Aquarius, there was almost this idea that we were going to waltz into the age of Aquarius, and there would be peace, light, and love for everyone, and everything would just be better, just like that, instantaneously. And I don't think that that's going to be the way that things happen with Pluto and Aquarius. So we still have conflicts in the Middle East. We still have conflicts, with Ukraine and Russia. So it looks like there may be a period of time where certain societal structures will be challenged so that they can be revamped and reformed, transformed, and reborn in some way. So this is going to be a major period of time, ladies and gentlemen, where we as a people can step into our power and demand something different. We can step into the power of Pluto and demand something different. So those are the highlights for Pluto and Aquarius. It's going to be an interesting 20 years, so buckle up your seatbelts.
It's much hobbled at the moment, but can be seen to be being a little bit all over the place. I'm very motivated and raring to go and raring to move forward, and then the next minute sort of putting the brakes on a little bit and say, hang on a minute, maybe I need to give this a little bit more thought. So with this push-pull situation, it's sort of almost like as if, and this is for the whole 12 signs, not just Capricorns and Cancers, it's for all of us, that, we might get this great motivation to sort out our finances and look at our, our banking arrangements and our, utility bills, and all of a sudden we think, oh no, I think I'll go for a walk, or I think I'll have a cup of coffee, or I think I'll do something else. And that's Mars sort of just saying to us, okay, take a breath. Let's just have a little rest here. We can come back to it in a little while, and we can look at it with a renewed set of eyes that, maybe we're just feeling a little bit tired. It's not saying we're being lazy. It's just saying honour what Mars is telling you, that maybe you need to take a little break. Maybe you need to do something else around the home, or maybe you need to get some more information. So it's going to be sort of like all systems go, and then sort of all of a sudden we're stopping, and then all of a sudden we're back to being practical. And it might seem uncomfortable that all these different energies are swirling around and can change, in a moment's notice. But it is important, because that way we won't miss anything if we honour the energy. We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Capricorn at the moment. Now, Mercury in Capricorn reminds me of like the school teacher with the red pen saying, no, you got that wrong, no, you got that wrong, no, you got that wrong. Mercury in Capricorn is very, very pedantic. It wants everything to be precise. It wants the information to be precise and, dot the I's, cross the T's, put punctuation in there. Don't embellish anything. Now, this is really difficult for a lot of people, because a lot of people like to add their own spin, their own interpretation to information that they might be sharing. This is not the time to do that, because someone else is going to come along with the red pen and say, no, that's not quite right. So this is affecting predominantly the earth signs, which is Capricorn, Virgo and Taurus, the opposite sign of Cancer, but it is washing over the other remaining 8 signs. And, Mercury in Capricorn can, it's a good placement, don't get me wrong, but it can also be sometimes that without thinking, if it's in your chart, you just automatically have that red pen out all the time, ready to mark everybody else's conversations and correct them if the information's not quite right. So be aware of that. You might have some friends that have Mercury in Capricorn. Very interesting friendships indeed. We have Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity, is sitting currently in Gemini, has been for some time now, but it's been going retrograde for some time and will be until the end of next month. So it's an interesting configuration here, because Jupiter really wants to expand everything out. Jupiter wants to sort of make everything big and bold and the best it can possibly be. And being in Gemini, Gemini likes to get out, explore the local environment, likes to flitter from one thing to another, likes to really get out and know what's going on in their own environment. So it makes it really difficult when you've got a planet that sort of feels like it's being hobbled a little bit, being told to sort of restrain themselves a little bit by the retrograde, or slow down, take your time, don't be in too much of a rush, where Jupiter just wants to expand everything out and do it in a big and bombastic way, and let's do it now, why wait till tomorrow? And with the Gemini energy really wanting to sort of bring it back to a local sort of flavour, or ask you to sort of look at things in your local environment. So it is affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Aquarius and Libra, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So if any of those 4 signs have been trying to bring something new into their life, or hoping to get a promotion at work, or hoping for something to sort of change, I'm going to say hang in there. It's not that it's not going to happen, it's just been slightly delayed. And it's almost like the powers that be, particularly if you're looking for a promotion, the powers that be have been very carefully monitoring your progress. So this is not the time to drop the ball, or this is not the time to lose the momentum or the enthusiasm in the job, thinking, well, you know, I always get overlooked. It's now the time to double down and give it your best shot, because by the time things sort of wind down at the end of February, going into early March, there may be a surprise then. You might just get that thing that you've longed so much for. But if you drop the ball now, there's no hope of that happening. So you need to keep that momentum going. We also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, and I've been talking about this for a long time now, has been retrograde in Taurus. Now, it will be there till the end of the month. It's been shaking things up for Tauruses particularly, and a lot of other earth signs. So it's Taurus, is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So with the Taurian energy really focusing on your personal finances, where you're living, you know, your day-to-day stuff, the things that are important to you, you may have found, particularly if you're a Taurus, that you've had some opposition to that from close family members or friends and things like that, people that you thought that you could rely on, that were your support system, all of a sudden have taken that support away from you. Now, this is part of Uranus trying to show you that your life is not functioning the way that it should, that you need to sort of start thinking outside the square, you need to start thinking outside the box, that maybe the way things were structured in your life for many, many years are now crumbling, and are crumbling for a reason, because it's time for a fresh start. It's time for us to look for different, more exciting, interesting sort of answers before this retrograde finishes. And if you don't honour what Uranus is trying to tell you, that you're being stubborn and pig-headed, which a lot of Taurians can be, then Uranus will come along and create these changes out of nowhere, and they may not be pleasant to begin with, but will end up being for your own good. But you'll go kicking and screaming because it's not in your control. Well, you've had plenty of time by Uranus's standards to make the changes, to think outside the square. And if you don't do that, in the next few weeks, you may find things might be forced on you that you aren't palatable, aren't what you wanted. So have a good look around, make sure you've made the changes, you've honoured yourself, and move forward. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hand Saturn, which is the planet of discipline. And Venus and Saturn are both sitting in Pisces at the moment. So it's really, really interesting for any sign. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you're hoping to bring in love, or wanting to bring about a new relationship in your life, I want you to sort of go to creative outlets. Now, creative outlets to me is like the movies, going to a concert, going to something where you're going to learn something that might be, you know, on a creative side, might be taking up some new study. I mean, even learning to create a website is creative. So, you know, it's something, it's step out of your comfort zones, go and see some live music, go to something in the park, do something different, but also make sure that there's a certain amount of structure with this, that, you know, it's not just, you know, I'm not against anything bohemian or different or anything like that, but make sure that there's something solid behind it, that it is a reputable sort of thing, even though it might have a bohemian twist to it, that it's, you know, it's being presented by, you know, a reputable company, and you can go there and you're safe and all those sort of things. So anything creative, you know, it's the time to sort of step out of your comfort zone. And this is where you're going to meet somebody that's a like-minded soul. You know, sometimes I think we have a bad habit of, you know, oh, I can't meet anybody, but I'm still going to the same places, doing the same things every week at the same time with the same people, and I expect something to change. We've got to shake it up a little bit. We've got to get out there. We've got to do something different. After all, it is a new year. Everything's fresh and sparkly and new. Why not take advantage of that? Why not sort of shake it up and say, let's do something different? You know, instead of making a New Year's resolution, if you haven't done so already, then maybe make your New Year's resolution, or your intent for this year is to step out of my comfort zone and do something different, at least 3 things, so that then I can turn around and say, well, I did shake it up. And, you know, it's given me a whole new perspective. I've met some new people. I've made some new friends. And, you know, it's taken me out of my normal, everyday, comfortable life. And I've shaken it up a little bit and shown the universe that I'm ready for change. You know, we sit here and we say, I want change, I want change, I want change, but we don't do anything about it. We've got to be prepared to show the universe that we are committed to whatever it is that we want. Look, I'm a firm believer in that we get what we deserve. And, you know, and it's wonderful that people have vision boards and dream books and all those sort of things. And I'm not against those sort of things, but you've got to actively get up off the couch to make some of these things a reality too. Sitting there wishing and daydreaming and wanting doesn't necessarily make it so. You've got to actively get up and participate in life for things to change. You know, we all can't be Samantha on Bewitched and just wiggle our nose and make things magically appear or disappear. It'd be wonderful if we could. And that's one of my favourite sitcoms of all time, because I just sort of feel it's timeless and, you know, there's so many hidden messages in that. So if you get a chance, go back and watch it. So anyway, that's where we're going to leave the astrology this week. There's still a lot more happening. I mean, you know, lots of stuff is happening, and it's, you know, too much to sort of talk about in a very short time. But we're going to talk with Michelle now in Honolulu in Hawaii. How nice, Michelle, to live in Honolulu.
Aloha. Hi.
Oh, lovely. Hi. I haven't been to Hawaii, but I've seen a lot of it on the television, and I'm sure it's absolutely more magnificent in person.
Yes, it is. It's very nice.
Good. How can I help you today, Michelle? Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I just wanted to see overall what you see for me in the coming 2025. Any changes?
Mm-hmm. Okay. First thing that they were showing me as we were talking about the wonderful place of Honolulu was that there's going to be a lot of endings, change and transformation this year, Michelle. It's like you've been working really silently, quietly, behind the scenes, not really sharing with anybody else what you're hoping to bring in for 2025. It's just sort of like, not so much as it a secret, but you've just been diligently working towards this, particularly through 2024, closing things off, finishing things off, getting ready for change that you want to bring in. And it's like, well, okay, the new year's here, I'm ready now, let's start the ball rolling. I don't know that it's going to be quite that quick. What they're showing me is by about March, it's like the momentum is starting to build, and we're starting to feel as if we're right on track for where we need to be. Interestingly enough, one of the things that they were sort of showing me is that you're not attached to money like most people. I'm not saying you don't like it. Well, you're not driven by money, I suppose, is probably a better choice of words. You know, like, yes, you need money to survive in the day-to-day world, but it's not your driving force for why you do something. You do things because you want to, because it's part of your soul, not necessarily because of the financial reward that could be there at the end of the day. It's more about you coming from a very spiritual sort of prospectus. Is that how you've been trying to gear your life?
I never really had much my whole life, so I mean, we make enough to survive. But I like to be happy. But yes, of course, I want money. I want to make more. I figure out, you know, how I can be more comfortable.
Oh, of course. That wasn't what I was saying, but it was, to me, it was sort of like you live by the rules of, you know, if I'm a good person and I do the right thing, then that should bring, you know, the rewards that I need. You know, you're not driven by, I've got to go to work today because I need that money. You know, I've got to have more money. You know, some people are just driven by money. Yeah. You're driven by a much higher force, to me, that, you know, you want to be a good person. You want to do the very best that you can do. And if you can help somebody along the way, that's well and good. You know what I mean? Like, that's your philosophy. Yeah, and that's what they were saying to me, was that was a really good place to be, and that's becoming more like second skin now. It's like it's just very natural for you, and with that is going to come more financial rewards because you're focused more on being a good person rather than you are. I mean, I know we all have to live. We all have to have money. That's important. But to me, it's sort of you want to be the very best that you can be every day. And that's your driving force. And with that, will come the financial rewards. They're showing me there's a lot more money to come towards you this year. And it's not so much that you're going to have too much that you won't know what to do with. That'd be a nice problem. But it's more the fact that as the day goes by, things get a little bit easier. And it's sort of like, okay, I don't have to be as stressed out about how I'm going to pay the electricity bill or how I'm going to do this or how I'm going to do that. It's just flowing, and it's flowing nicely. Is there a thought there of maybe making some changes to where you're living? Not necessarily a move. I'm talking about some changes, some modifications.
Oh, that would be nice. I always want to modify.
Yeah, they were showing me in the second half of the year that you'll have enough money to do whatever it is that's been part of your dreams, shall we say, for a long time. And it was around where you were living, and it's like, wow, I can finally do this, and I can do it comfortably and easily, that it's not taking from something else. So for that to happen to me, It shows that there's got to be such an improvement on where we were last year to where we are now.
Wow, okay, that's good.
Yeah, so Michelle, all I can say to you is keep doing what you're doing, because the universe is listening and going to help you, sweetie.
Well, thank you. That's some good news.
It is, but you're very, very welcome. Happy New Year, sweetie. We're going to talk with Elizabeth now in Wisconsin, Rapids in Wisconsin. I can't trip over my words today any more than that. In the USA, are you there, Elizabeth? And I do apologise for not pronouncing your location correctly. How can I help you, sweetie?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question for me, sweetie?
Can I ask you a question about someone that passed away, or is this should I be?
You can.
About?
I can't guarantee that they'll come through with a message, but I'll do my very best to try and bring them through.
Yeah, I would like to hear from my son who passed away 5 months ago.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that. I can't begin to imagine how painful that is to lose a child. The only thing that's coming through here to me is, and I'm not sure that he's actually making direct contact, I've just got symbolism of you don't seem to understand why. Is that a fair statement? I guess. I would say. That's all he's showing me, is that there's unanswered questions there. You haven't got the whole picture yet. That as if, you haven't been discovered the whole story behind his passing. That's all he's sharing with me.
Okay. All right.
So I'm taking from that it must have been a very sudden situation that took you by surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, see, sometimes when somebody passes like that and they're younger than us, they struggle with communication of trying to get through to us, things that we might think are as important, but to them something else may be more important. And what he was trying to share with me is you don't have all the answers yet. That, what you know is only part of the story. There's another 70, 80% that you don't know yet that will unfold over time. I can tell you that he's with you every day. He hasn't left your side. He wasn't ready to go. Why do I feel there was another person attached to causing your son's passing?
Well, he died of a drug overdose, so I guess.
Okay, all right. Well, that might be okay. There may have been somebody else there, but okay. I'm not disputing the fact that he died of a drug overdose, but the fact is, was he trying to sort of change his life at that time? Was he working towards trying to change his life?
He was, but he got on the wrong track somewhere along the line.
Yeah, because he keeps telling me that you don't know the whole story. And I keep pressing him to sort of say, well, tell me what it is that we don't know. And he keeps saying to me it wasn't meant to happen that way. That wasn't part of the plan. So I can only take it from that he had an idea in his head of what he hoped to achieve or where he thought he was going. And like you said, he got on the wrong path, attracted, the wrong people or whatever. But he keeps telling me it wasn't meant to be this way. So, and he showed me that there was at least one other person. I felt there was two other people that were close by when he passed. And it was, I'm not saying they caused it, but I'm just saying they were there and did nothing about trying to prevent it either. So he keeps telling me that, you know, he wants you to stop crying. He didn't do it on purpose. And he was really, really, really trying to get his life back on track. He wants you to believe that, because that was the truth. He was really trying. You know, this was just something that happened that shouldn't have happened.
Right.
I don't know whether that's any comfort to you, but I can only give you what he's giving me, sweetie, and he is really, really sorry, and he keeps saying to me, but this was not meant to happen. This is not how it was meant to be. I was really trying to make my life better. So I can only share with you what he's sharing with me, and he's telling me that he wants you to know that he did not deliberately fall off the right track. You know, it was just a series of circumstances that led to this, and he didn't do it intentionally.
Right. Yeah, I understand.
I mean, I'm not disputing the fact that he didn't ingest some drugs, but I don't know that he knew exactly what it was. Do you know what I mean? He thought it was, how can I say it was a safe amount? Because, I mean, is there any safe amount? But that's what he's sharing with me. He thought this was something that was, he knew it was illegal, but he thought it was a safe concoction. Do you know what I mean? It was just, I was just going to have a little fun, like having beer.
Yeah,
you know.
I'm sure he didn't overdose on purpose.
No, he didn't. No, and that's what he says. He said, I was right on the track. I was doing well. And then this temptation came along, and it was like, you know, I'll just have one. You know, it was like being an alcoholic. I'll just have one drink. It won't do me any harm. And this was unfortunately a lethal cocktail. But look, I don't think there's anybody to blame, in as much as it wasn't a deliberate act by somebody else to give your son something that was going to kill him. I don't believe that. I think it was just one of those unfortunate tragedies that happened that nobody sort of knew exactly what they were doing. And unfortunately, you paid the price for that. Look, I'm really sorry about your loss, and I hope over time that you can find some comfort. But this is where we've got to leave it, Elizabeth. Unfortunately, we've run out of time on the show. So my heart does go out to you, and I'm sure all of our viewers feel the same way. So I hope you find some peace soon, Elizabeth. Anyway, that's where we leave the show this week. It's always difficult when somebody loses a child, particularly. I just can't begin to imagine how you get your head around that. And, you know, like it's always nice to speak with people from various parts of the world. And this week I want to leave you with a song that shows my age a little bit, because I'm going to take you back to the Godspell days, and it was an amazing musical, and I know they've gone on to make a movie. Here in Australia, one of our most amazing female singers did a version of one of the hit songs from Godspell, and I want to leave you with that this week. It came across my desk the other day, and I thought, I haven't heard that song in years, and it brought my heart back to, you know, the musical times and the times when we were all so much younger, and I think we all had a little bit more inspiration or aspirations that things were going to be great. And I think over the years, I think we've lost a little bit of that magic. So let's try and bring a little bit of that magic back this week with a song by Colleen Hewitt, who is very, very well known here in Australia and a very, very powerful singer. And I know my producer loves one of our Australian singers, and this woman sort of would rival her, I think, a little bit, Colleen Hewitt and Day by Day. So I'm going to leave you with this song from the 70s. Until next week, I hope we get rain in California and the fires go out. And I just hope that everybody can find peace this week, because, you know, we need to find some peace. We need to sort of get back into the swing of life being peaceful and stop these natural disasters that are happening and people losing their homes. So until next week, Colleen Hewitt, Day by Day, enjoy. Bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am sitting here just giggling a little bit as I was having some technical issues. Always on my end, I swear. I seem to have technology challenges. How's that? But I'm just laughing because it's also I saw a saying today, and I don't know how many of you people did the same, but well, I guess it depends if you believe in the energy of our planets. But I have a sign that literally says, blame it on the moon, or I'm blaming it on the moon, and that's my story. So, and we are still in the energetic space of Earth window of the of this full moon. So I'm going to blame it on the wolf moon. How's that? So if anything weird, crazy, wonky, or otherwise happens during my show, as far as that comes to me, because I am amazing producer and that knows what they're doing with that kind of stuff. But with me, if I feel like I'm a little bit wonky, I'm going to blame it on the moon. How's that? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So anyhow, well, I hope you all had a wonderful New Year. I know that we're already into the second week into January, which totally blows me away, by the way. So, it just time can be quite the thief, right? I cannot tell you how just blessed that I feel for just so many things that have already been going on in the last 2 weeks. So I'll have to share with you all, and I'll do that here briefly because I want to make sure we get some calls in, which we always do, but I want to spend as much time with my callers. But and as usual, we'll pull in affirmation. But so I think the main thing I really want to share is something very exciting that is going to be happening this weekend. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So the 17th, 18th, and 19th. I have been I just feel so honored to have been invited to be a part of just an incredible event that is happening over 3 days. So there is this beautiful medium. Her name is Medium Kelly Kristen. You guys might remember her, know who she is. She, I believe it was with A1R Psychic Radio, or may continue to be. My life has gone crazy that I might be a little behind in any updates there, but she is an incredible and the sweetest person that I, have had the honor to meet. But she has got this incredible psychic symposium this weekend that she and others have put together. And what this is the event is over 3 days. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Now that is Pacific Standard Time, and I'll give you the website. You can go and check it, all the details, but it'll have a breakdown of time zones. You can actually be part of this 3-day psychic symposium. And no matter where that you are around the world, you can actually, if you can't join each day live, there will be a recorded, link to be able to go and join. So, and to rewatch the already previous live. How's that? So you won't be able to join live, but you'll be able to still listen. So anyhow, what this is 3 days of many other very gifted individuals who will be sharing their individual abilities or gifts, as some call them, that really is about how they apply their individual gifts and their individual abilities when it comes to helping with unsolved cases. So these psychic detectives, and it's incredible that if you've ever wondered how psychics, assist or help with law enforcement or, families to help, with maybe cold cases or missing persons, that's what this weekend is about. So it is going to be several presenters, myself included, that are each going to share something of their own unique abilities or gifts that can help you to open up your gifts and your abilities, so that if you're also wanting to, either just to be curious and to learn, or if you've always wanted to see about, how can I, help my family, maybe with, if you have an unfortunate situation as, a missing person or an unsolved, criminal case or whatever it may be, this is a perfect weekend to do this. Now, there are, I can't remember exactly the number of presenters, but let's just put it this way. It's 3 full days and we have about 80 minutes. So each, so it's quite a few for sure. Anyhow, so just want you to take advantage of this amazing opportunity if that's something that you're interested in. And the website for this event is psychicsymposium.org. And this event is a very low, at a low investment, I'll put it that way. It is not that much for the 3 days. And matter of fact, if you use my name, Stephanie, but with 11, Stephanie 11, you can actually get a discounted 3-day discounted rate. So I wanted to share this with you because so many people have, unfortunately, missing persons or have unsolved cases that they're really, needing some help, or they feel they may be able to help themselves or to help others, and that's really why I do what I do as well, is opening up my gifts really to ultimately help others in this realm, but obviously also in many others, such as with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and helping all of the amazing callers that call in, and just even the short, amount of time that I get with each caller, I hope gives all of them, some peace and comfort, closure, healing, whatever it may be. So, all right. Now really quickly, I'm going to kind of surpass the affirmation because I know I've got a caller waiting. I do want to throw out there the number that has been so significant. As many of you know, numbers come up, and the number 37 has been a very strong number today. And so for me, this will be March 7th as being a significant date. This can also be, the age of 37, whether that be the age that someone is or was or would have been now. And also there's a bit of an emphasis on this connecting with the number 21. So being that 7 times 3, there was a feeling of needing to put that out there. So please keep that number in mind for all who are listening, or if you will be hopping on to my event that I do on Wednesday nights on my YouTube channel, and that is at about 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So here in a little over an hour, and I'll be doing some free readings for a little bit. So if you hop on there, I'll repeat this number again, but the number 37. So please keep that in mind. All right, well, let's go ahead and let's take the first caller. So much happening. So Danielle in North Carolina. Hi, Danielle. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? It's funny that you said 37 because the person I'm calling about, he is 37.
Well, perfect. I love it. Beautiful. I always say that these numbers come in and I never question them. I just know it'll connect. And really, a lot of it is given to me, by spirit guides or loved ones on the other side, or ultimately just tapping into listening to my own gifts. So I love it. So what is your question tonight, my friend?
Okay, so I don't even know where to start. So me and my daughter's father was together for a long time, and we've been split up for a few years. I still love him, I do. But he's supposed to be trying to get married. And I just want to know if it's something he's really wanting to do, or does he want to come back to me? Because when he talks to me, he doesn't. We've been split for a few years, like I said, but he doesn't even look me in my face when we're talking.
Ah, okay. All right. And you guys, as I'm seeing, you have a lot of history together. Have you guys known each other quite some time?
We were together for almost 11 and a half years.
Oh, wow. So yeah, absolutely. Okay. And that to me falls right in line with someone having history together. So, all right, my friend. Well, let me, I think I'm going to pull a couple cards for you just to see, ultimately if, they're giving us some more guidance or just going to validate, what I've already been picking up. So give me a moment here. I'm gonna pull a few here. That's very interesting. Okay. All right, my friend. So I went ahead and I pulled 3 cards. And the way that I do my readings, for those maybe who aren't familiar, I incorporate tarot cards, but I really just use them as a visual validation, maybe a little bit of a guide, but more importantly, the visual validation for you to really see what, my gifts are giving to me. And, being that I've already connected with, the age of, the person that you're inquiring about already tells me that, we've got this great psychic flow, this great connection, even before I knew who I was connecting with. So now with that said, and looking at your cards, this is where I'm hoping, I guess, if you will, that, and you have free will choices. I always tell all of my clients, I can always give you, guidance and direction, and but your free will choice can change that or decide to do something else. So, but already knowing that by that number 37, and that's how old that this person is, who you're inquiring about, I hope that you can take whatever comes in your reading and just really take some time to absorb and think about this, because I really do feel, even as I'm looking at your cards, my friend, that this cycle with this person is done. So this is a cycle of where, now I'll kind of put this into numbers. This year, we are in the year of the 9. And the year of the 9, and 9 in numerology really is where we're going to start seeing everything that we have went through the last 8 years. Now, I know you guys have been together 11, but if you take the last 8 years, and now we're going to take everything we learned from the last 8 years, good, bad, and different, the lessons, whatever may be. And now we're going to really apply all of that into this year. And a big part of that is cutting old ties, breaking old cycles. We're going to really see this as a year of keeping ourselves grounded, not making any kind of rash decisions or making any decisions based on our feelings, emotions. It's all about how we're going to react and respond to things. So, as I'm looking at this year for you, my friend, a big part of your year of the 9 is stepping outside of that fear of, am I going to find somebody? The fear of, am I missing my opportunity with my person? Was this person the right person, or am I, reaching for whatever may be? So, as I'm kind of looking at a few things for you, my friend, this cycle, very much, I feel, I'll tell you. So tell me, I'm kind of looking at a couple of things. I'm going to pause for a moment, but if I take you back about 4 weeks ago, so let's say a month ago, maybe the beginning of this month, maybe a little end of December, I just feel there was definitely a shift in his behavior, his energy. Does that make sense about the timing?
Yes.
Okay. It feels that even that time is really he's got a lot going on in his world. I'll tell you that, my friend. There's so much. There is so much. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around all this. So I get it. And I get why I'm telling you that it's time to end this cycle, because you're about to, really start and embark on this whole new you, and this, this clean slate you, this, fresh you. And what's going to happen is, if this person continues to be a part of your life, it's going to muddy those waters to where you will end up giving up so much of your happiness and your purpose of what this year is about. And I don't want to see you do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we're not together. We're like I said, his sister told me he was talking about marrying the new girl. Well, the new girl, supposedly the main girl that he's with. And yeah. I just want to know if it's like that's something he really wants to do, or it's like his mind is not in the right place. Yeah.
No, and I get that. And I feel like that there's such a feeling of so much of, and I think this is why I'm bringing this into, of where I know you care about this person without a doubt, and in many ways. And so to kind of answer that part of your question, I feel that he is serious and ready to make that next move with this next person. But he is also feeling that you are holding on to some hope, some, of even the worry. I feel he cares a lot about what you think. And I think that's really why I'm saying I don't want for this year for you to feel like you have to take on all of this as well, and relieve him or cut that tie so he can make this decision of, yes, I'm going to do this. And regardless, I feel as this year is going to happen, you stepping back and just observing. And when maybe he comes and says, hey, I really, I really want to take the next step. What do you think? He really takes your opinion or your advice into consideration, which I love that, but I also don't want to feel like he puts all of his 100% decision into that, if that makes sense. And that's where I want you to.
I said, I made a promise to myself today that if he comes to me with it, I'm going to give him my blessing.
Sure. Yeah. And no, I love that. I love that you give him 100%. So, if he, as I see him coming into this year, starting this new, part of his life, then, giving your blessing. But I also feel he knows you pretty well, my friend, and knows when you may be holding back. So honesty is good too, but, and he'll know, he knows you pretty dang well. I feel like, he knows when you are maybe, not 100% on board. But I just, I want you to know too, that there is a feeling of some connection between the two of you that I feel he's still really holding on to that may affect the decision for him in the future. So just keep that in mind, as this year starts, especially with you and new beginnings for new relationships for you too. Has he talked about April as being a significant date or time, or is this a birthday?
My birthday is in April.
Oh, perfect. Okay, beautiful. There's some pretty amazing changes coming for you in April. So this could even be a time where both of you are going to see some new changes. But April, I want you to keep that month in mind, more for you of where I feel you having some beautiful new beginnings as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm just making sure you've got a whole lot coming in. Okay. Just really quick, my friend. You guys have worked together for so long. He's only 37. Okay. And you can just tell me yes or no. Has your father passed or has his father passed?
Both.
Oh, okay. That's why I can't differentiate who. So I just have two fathers coming in that are so connected to both of you. So I may have your dad trying to step in and his dad. And what I think is very beautiful and interesting is the two of them, your father and his father, are just so incredibly proud of the two of you for being able to keep this relationship between the two of you still together. Because these two dads, I feel, know that the two of you will always be in each other's lives, for that matter. So, even that intention of, boy, if not both of them, one of them sure had the intention of seeing you guys together back in the day, being together. So there's a sense
was his dad.
His dad, okay, perfect. He still is very proud of that moment, by the way.
Yeah, so, that was his dad.
I love it. And, I love that both your dads are here to just say, regardless of what happens in the future, that the two of you will always stay connected, but to also, know that you may not be together again, as a couple or romantically. But if there's any fear or worry that even when he finds somebody and gets married and moves on, or you or whoever may be, that even that decision will never cause the two of you to not be in each other's lives. Does that make sense?
All right. It does. Which I honestly feel like he's the type. We've been split up for 5 years, and he's never seen me with another man. Because, well, one time, and he showed off, even though he was with someone else. It was bad.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can't believe my show's already wrapping up, and I got 30 seconds. So I hope that gave you some guidance and some comfort knowing both dads are supporting both of you, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. You really helped.
All right, and you're welcome. Have a beautiful night. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, gosh, that went by so fast, and I wished I could have took 2 callers, but things happen. So I will see you guys next week. Love you much. Bye, everybody.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. I'm Shelley Devine, and while I'm waiting for my caller, who I'm looking forward to, I wanted to read you a little something out of one of my books, and it's about who we are. Who we appear to be on the outside may not match who we are on the inside. For example, on the outside, a person may appear to be tough, no-nonsense type of person, when deep in their soul, they're very sensitive. And a very shy person, quiet, aloof, may be super intelligent, independent, and fierce inside. You know the old saying, don't judge a book by its cover. That comes to mind. In life, we experience many different things that change us. Do you ever ask yourself, who am I? If so, you may feel unsure because who you were 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or even 1 year ago might not be who you are today, because we change and we grow. But inside, we are always who we are. Our soul is the I am in our soul. So remember that. Take a good look at your uniqueness and embrace it. It's what makes you authentically you. So I am looking forward to who I get to read for today. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day and a wonderful start to this year, 2025. I feel big things happening in a good way. Some challenges, but it's gonna all be for the highest good. That is the feeling that I have in my soul. So, Infinite Soul Connections. This is where I like to connect people on the other side, loved ones on the other side, to their loved ones here. Information from our higher selves, our guides, our spirit, our angels. They are always with us. Wonderful. Looks like I have Jade. Hello, Jade. Are you there?
Hi there. I am. Thank you so very much.
Oh, good. What can I do for you today? Would
whatever
you like a card reading?
Whatever the spirits are, whatever the spirits are telling, they'll know what I need.
Okay, I gotcha. I pulled a animal spirit card, first of all, so that I could get the energy of who I was going to be speaking with today. And it is the hummingbird. Okay? The hummingbird is a symbol of miracles, and they are also messengers from source, from heaven, from the universe. You are a joy bringer. You bless the world with positivity and love. Energy soars on your shining wings. Spread the miracle of happiness. Okay? That sound like you?
Yep.
Yeah, what I thought.
That's who I'm stepping into.
Yes, definitely.
I'm almost, yeah. I'm not.
Go ahead. You're just stepping into it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me see what I've got for you.
You know what I mean? Fully. There's one piece of lineage healing that the veil of illusion is about to crumble, and then I can step right into it.
Okay, perfect. So you have been, in the past, you have been in kind of a victim mentality.
A which?
And a victim mentality.
Yeah.
Like feeling like you're the victim, and you're stepping out of that. Or
yeah, because I never understood.
Yeah.
Never understood, and now all the puzzle pieces have come together, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was never me. It was never ever me.
You have courage now.
What do you mean?
You have courage.
So much.
And there is, okay, when you're talking about the lineage breakthrough, I feel like it has to do with a male. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. At least every generation, and going at least 5 generations back from mine.
Okay.
All the same kind of, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you have the courage, and you are open to discovery, because that's what you're doing. You're stepping into, and you are this new energy that you're stepping into, that you're embracing. You are taking it in body and soul. You are rising up. Okay. You are rising up like a lotus, like from the muck. You are rising up and out of that. There's transformation, because there's a dragonfly, which to me means transformation, which you are going through, but you're open to discovering more. And here's something really cool. There is some sort of a creative endeavor or a creative something with creativity that's coming your way, that you're going to be stepping into. Would that make sense?
Can I tell you what I've started doing?
Yeah.
Channeling divine messages of guidance and healing from angels and ancestors.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And this is
just
something
stepping into it, and I just need this one last piece to fall away.
Okay.
So that I can do what I'm supposed to do.
Do you know what that one last piece is?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm feeling the victim, the muck, something that you've been held down in that is now releasing, and it is falling away. Like I said, you have that mentality is going away. You realize you are not a victim. You are powerful. You are divine. You have the divine in you. We all do. And you are opening up, body and soul, you are opening up to new discoveries and a creative endeavor. And you have a lot of courage on this journey. I can hear it in your voice and I can feel it in your energy. You have a lot of courage. So whatever it is that you feel is hanging on, that you keep saying needs to fall away, I believe it's falling away or it's trying to, but there might be a little tiny piece of you holding on to it. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I think today I finally had the right person, powers that be, so to speak. Seriously fell in my lap. Finally, someone would listen to me, and it's coming really fast.
That's wonderful.
And truly,
yes,
and I know truly, the only way to get rid of so much darkness is to shine complete light on it.
Mm-hmm.
And today I've done that.
Wonderful.
And now I know it's going to happen really fast. And it's sad and it's a whole life coming to an end. And I get to be who I was meant to be.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely. Glorious.
And you know what's really interesting is when you're talking about, the darkness and shining the light on it. I have a tattoo on my arm. See if I can show it. And it says, sometimes darkness can show you the light. So when you talk about what you're going through right now, man, I can feel it because I've been through it. Absolutely.
My lineage isn't going to suffer in the dark no more.
Nope.
It's going to end. It's going to end with me. It's done.
I do feel a lot of light coming from you.
That it's somewhat affected.
When you feel the sadness that I can still hear in your voice, that's fine. You feel your feelings. Absolutely feel your feelings. Because even when we're changing, that's kind of a grief. That's kind of a loss. So you sometimes you can mourn it, even though it's the right thing and you're stepping into your light. So don't ever feel bad for still having some feelings around the dark stuff. You're still gonna let go of it, right? Because your soul knows. Your soul knows. But our human, our brains, our bodies, that we're human, still want to feel those memories.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What I believe in and feel to be true is true, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I see.
I know. I just needed the confirmation, right?
Good. I'm so glad, Jade. If you want to work with me further or get deeper into it, you can go to infinitesoulreadings.com. That's my website. Or you can email me at infinitesoulreadings@gmail.com. Okay, if you need a little bit more closure than I can give you today, but you're shining bright and you shine that out. I mean, I almost can't see you because you're so bright. Okay?
Thank you.
You are so welcome, sweetheart. Have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, we'll see you next time. I'm looking forward to it. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening, good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host. I am Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I have over a dozen healing modalities from sound therapy to Reiki mastery. But at the end of the day, I am simply a channel of spirit coming along and providing messages for those who find me. And if you're new or if you've been here before, we always do a collective reading at the beginning. And this is going to be the energy surrounding the rest of the week. So from this point forward to the following Wednesday for our next episode. And there are energies just to be aware of as you're going about the week, to kind of keep an eye out for certain things and tiptoe or make the best of any situations that you know that's coming forward. Now, the past couple of days, especially like the 13th and 14th, there may have been a lot of minor annoyances, obstacles coming towards you. It wouldn't be anything life-shattering. Could be having an argument at work or just being frustrated of waiting too long in a line. But just these minor annoyances have been really pushing you to your limit, even though it's at the beginning of the year. And that's okay. It's going to clear up the next few days. So we're moving out of that energy to a little bit more energy. And it really feels like a lot of energy in the collective is about manifesting their dreams. So going forward and actually finding out what you want to do, not just for the rest of the year, but going on the next several years to make sure that you are on the path that you want to go forward and finding clarity. Right? Because the past few days may have been very confusing, a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, information not getting to you, especially. So as you're going through the next week and you're gaining clarification, you're gaining more information, it's gonna get easier. Not necessarily easier, but you're gonna have all of the things that you need in order to move forward. Also, you need to really watch over the next week not to burn yourself out. A lot of people are going to be asking you for things. They're going to want to jump all of their work on you and have you take up that burden, but make sure that you're keeping things as balanced as possible. Watch your spending this week. Don't go out and start blowing your money on things on Amazon, online shopping. Make sure that everything is a bit balanced this week. And as we're going into the end of the week, well, this will be Monday through Wednesday of next week, settle into those emotions a little bit more. You're going to be feeling more patient, more empathetic, and you may even have some flirty connections coming forward. So that is just a nice little touch to the following week. And so that is the collective message, and we're going to go straight into Sarah in Canada. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
I'm good. You?
I'm doing very good. What type of questions do you have tonight?
I was just worried about my son.
Okay.
And I'm just curious if everything's going to go well for him.
Okay. So I'm seeing a little bit of conflict in the past position and that worry coming forward in the present situation. So is this about a relationship that he's going through? Does it involve another individual with your son?
A few individuals, yeah.
Okay.
He had himself caught up with some wrong people and got himself into some trouble.
Yeah, so I do see that in the, I see that in the past position, and I'm like seeing it, if it has to come up, it's good to come up in the past position. So in the middle, I obviously see your energy come in very strong as a nurturing mother energy that's trying to help create security. Okay, so you are doing well. It's not necessarily trying to be forceful, but being that place of security for a little bit, because there is conflict here. I see that unwise decision making and you trying to do the best as you can in that beautiful nurturing mother energy. But it really is a point where things have to be reviewed, because motives surrounding, there's can be even up to 4 people here. Their motives are not within the best interest of your son. And I do see that part of the reason why he kind of fell in with the wrong crowd, because he wasn't quite sure where to go next. He kind of a dreamer, but with this energy, I'm feeling that he has resources, he can do what he wants to be successful, but it seems like because he didn't have necessarily a set goal, he just kind of got lost and got stuck in the shiny things. I do really like that in the outer energies, I do see a very strong masculine energy coming in to help get things straight. What I can't see right now, if it's going to be a physical person, so maybe his father or grandfather or a man of significance in his life saying, hey, you need to get this together. Or is it going to start out as more of an energetic frequency, like it could be his higher self just saying, like kind of giving that subconscious message to say we need to go on a different path, and really having that that's the forceful energy that's coming in to kind of help move this along. Because definitely these energies are not doing well at all in the near future. And I'm seeing this within the next couple of weeks, 5 weeks. It does seem like spiritual organizations, potentially like mentors, or if your family is involved in any type of religious practices, or just stepping into more traditional mindsets, will be very beneficial to kind of help step away from this conflict energy and stepping more back into finding that foundation so he doesn't feel so scattered. And I do see a relationship. Go ahead.
This little bit of trouble he got himself into, he's in court right now because of it.
Okay.
I'm worried about where that's gonna go.
Okay. How's court gonna go? Okay, so that makes sense with that man of significance. That's gonna be that legal sector here. So with that court date coming forward, especially if it's in with the next 5 weeks or within the 5th month, so the month of May, what is going to be important is that I'm not seeing outcome yet, so I'll pull more cards as we get to the outcome. But this masculine energy is really going to be placed in a forceful position to say, hey, you need to get everything together, because we're not going to continue down on this path. But what I do like, it may not necessarily come out in the best way. It could involve community service, or possibly a few other things. But despite all of this, it does seem like it is a learning path. So it's not like he's never going to get anything his life together. He does have a choice, and the choice is this can be a new beginning for him in a roundabout way. So despite all of this, there is a bit of a silver lining. And I do see a relationship coming forward amongst all of this. So there may be a girlfriend coming in, or just a really good counterpart energy coming in. It doesn't always have to be romantic. That Abel is helping him release these situations and these people and to actually move on, because I do see that release card coming out. This is going to be a bit slow, so you have to be in that patient position, because you can't force that legal process to move forward quickly. You have to wait. But I do see that release, and you can take that a little bit literally too, as being released from those legal obligations. So I like that. be very clear on making decisions objectively. If you start finding yourself particularly starting to react emotionally, you need to step back, because that is not going to work and it's not going to help anybody in this position. It's about finding that logical point, be like, okay, this happened. This is what we need to do to get the outcome that we desire, which is this release, and going away from all these other situations. And then once we get over this roadblock, we can step back into that emotional side to see what work needs to be done in order that we don't fall back into these patterns, as we don't attract the same people. So I really do see a strong counterpart. So I see him eventually stepping up into this King of Pentacles energy. So finding out how to be professional, how to be generous and responsible and practical. And as he is working through, he is going to find this beautiful relationship that is going to bring him that motivation to be a better person. It's not going to be fast. I mean, I'm talking like this is going to be a lifetime commitment for him to work towards this stability, but it's here for him. This is a possibility that he's on right now. He just has to make sure he sticks with that. He takes this new opportunity after the release to find a good job, make sure he sticks with the job, make sure he releases these people in these legal situations to support.
We are moving, so that's like out of the area, away from a lot of like his friends and stuff. So
yeah, it's definitely going to lead to more emotional growth. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be a lot of stress in between this move, and after moving, it's going to be a lot of change. Ultimately, though, it's bringing that ending that is very necessary, but it's not going to be a very good ending. And I do see there could be a lot of arguments on your side too, within the household. So again, step in more of that logical energy that you have. Be the Queen of Swords, and have compassion and understanding. Because it's not, I'm not seeing like any reason like he's not a terrible person. So I'm not even going to go down that right. I see a lot of potential in your son. It's just he's a little bit lost, and it seems like what is happening now is his spirit guides. Okay, spirit, let's see, what are you saying? He's being placed on this path now to make the corrections to get to the end point that he wants. It's not going to be easy, but this is kind of like the last thing that he needs to do in order to make sure he does not fall off of the beaten path, because he was getting pretty not in great positions, but now he's stepping up forward. His wishes are going to come true, and he is going to have a strong path ahead. But he has to continue to make those choices for you. I mean, for him. And as you in the mother position, you are stepping forward with all this incredible nurturing energy, the strong, independent, feminine energy as well. And that is really going to be helpful for him, continuing on healing and making sure he does not go back and regress into old patterns. Yeah, again, I'm just saying it's going to be hard in the beginning. Things are not necessarily going to go as you want, but take a deep breath. Ultimately, he has all of the potential to create a beautiful life for himself and to create a family down the road.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope you have a great night.
To A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and or A1R Radio. I'm very happy to see you. For those of you watching at home, I'm Mime, and I'm trapped in a box. I don't know why I dressed like a mime tonight, but I'm thinking of just acting out the whole show and being completely silent. No, bad idea. Tonight, mimes on radio. I'm going to do the psychic weather, and then I'm going to take your phone calls because I just love the people who call in, and we always have a really nice connection, knock wood. And if you're feeling a little spacey and goofy, as you can tell, I kind of am tonight. There's a huge full moon, not one of those little tiny full moons. The moon actually does remain the same size, but it looks really big tonight. And it's in Leo. And Leo is a very proud, slightly goofy sign that's kind of a show-off. And by kind of, I mean tremendously. So the moon in Leo, full moon in Leo, is going to make you sort of feel a little crazy in kind of a nice, slightly show-offy way. So perfect for those of us who happen to be hosting psychic shows tonight, and probably perfect for you who want to go out and party tonight or tomorrow or whatever, but wait till after the show. Go party afterwards. So, let's see. Okay, I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather. This is how this works. The first card is for the beginning of the week, which is today. I know it's not a calendar week, but still. Influences generally. It's usually pretty specific, so you'll be amazed how specifically these play out in your week ahead. The second card is the middle of the week, it's like the weekend, and then the third card is the last few days of the week ending on next Wednesday. Ready? Let's go. Oh, that's nice. First card is the Three of Cups. This is often what I call the engagement card or baby shower card. So you might be getting news of a baby shower. Oh, I'd like to shout out to my friend Jennifer in Mexico City, who just found out her daughter's having a little one. Congratulations. So you might be planning a baby shower, you might be planning a wedding, or you might actually just be celebrating if you're a woman with girlfriends, or if you're not a woman, if you're a man or you're gender fluid, whatever. You might still be celebrating with friends, some sort of fun blowing off steam thing. Whee! Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know I had this card. This is from an Animal Spirit deck by Colette Baron-Reed, who's wonderful, lovely woman. It's the Crow Spirit. And Crow Spirit is asking you to co-create with source energy, with spirit energy. It's a great time to write down what you want to manifest. And it's a great time to learn how to both sort of take control and surrender at the same time. The best secret I've ever learned for manifesting is somehow to get yourself in a really good mood. I don't care what it takes. As people, sometimes we can confuse beating ourselves up with like virtue. Like if I don't beat myself up, if I don't criticize myself, I'm going to be a bad person. Not true. You'll probably be a better and happier person if you stop beating yourself up. I'm not sure why I'm channeling that for you, but apparently most of you out there need to hear that today. Crow Spirit, very good thing. Co-create with spirit. Have some faith. It's going to work out. It really is. Okay, and I think I just set that card on fire. And the last card is the Four of Swords. Now, in ancient times, knights, like the one you see lying on top of the tomb here, used to pray between battles. I mean, it would make more sense if they actually slept and ate, but hey, if you're going to be a knight, you might as well do it all the way. So this card is about not praying between battles, because hopefully you're not going to walk out the door tomorrow in a suit of armor and skewer somebody. But it is about taking a break. You've been working really hard. It's January. We're all trying to, get back on track after lazing around during the holidays. I don't know about you, but I spent my entire holidays like on a chaise-longue having half-naked male models feed me bonbons. Okay, that was a lie, but it could have happened. Anyway, after the laziness of the holidays, we're all trying to get back on track. But you want to give yourself at least a day off a week, because we need to reconnect to our fun self in order to give our serious grown-up self a reason to go on living. So take a break, like today, tomorrow. Take a day off, go ice skating, take your kids to a movie. If you don't have kids, rent some. Just be nice to yourself for a day. In fact, be nice to yourself for one day a week. Just a thought. 7 days a week would be ideal. Woohoo! Okay, we have a lovely lady in Montana whose name flashed on the screen too fast for me to see. So, hello, lovely. Oh, Sarah. Sarah with an H, my love?
Yes.
Hi, dear. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Montana, you lucky girl.
It's pretty cold.
I know. It's freaking cold in New York too. I got news for you. At least there you're cold and you have like elk and stuff. And we have elk here too. Anyway, so I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So tell me when your birthday is.
My birthday is April 16th, 1987.
Oh, what a great day. A lot of friends with that birthday. Very powerful day. 1980, you're just a baby. I have shoes older than you. Okay, my dear. It sounds like, I think you were going to say, I just have a general question, but actually it sounds like you have kind of a specific question. I can see it hovering above your head there. So what is you have a specific question. What is it, baby? Don't be shy.
It's mostly about work. I love my job and I feel very at home, and I just want to know that this is it for me, and I've done everything. Ready to be done with that.
Well, you are done with that job. In Buddhist sections of Japan, when a job lets you go, they say congratulations, because it means you've outgrown that job. And some part of you is looking to bring your passion to bring something you love, get a job doing something that's more in line with who you are and what you love, which is entirely possible. I know that's I think a lot of us were brought up to believe that a job has to be a punishing place where you check your dreams at the door and spend the day yearning to be in bed. But there's a job waiting for you fairly soon. So take a couple of days off. Don't beat yourself up. That's the theme of today's show. And understand that you're young, you're lovely, you're really good with people. I know you're a little shy, right?
Yes.
But you're still good with people. You don't have to be, outgoing as like a Labrador Retriever puppy to be good with people. You can, and you are good with people because you're kind and empathetic. And your gentleness is a lovely quality and very rare these days. So good for you. It feels like you'd be happy doing something that was half administrative and half sort of either creative or working a bit with the public. So I don't want you doing something that's all administrative or all. What was your last job?
Well, it's my current job. I actually am a deputy clerk for the city hall in this small town of about 1,000 people. And I just got it, and I've done everything else, and I just got it, and I love it because I do work with administrative, and I do get to work with the public, and I just love it, and I just want to know if this is it for me.
Oh, it's a perfect fit. I'm sorry, I thought you had said you'd lost your job, and this is exactly the job I saw coming up for you. So congratulations. And I'm going to pat myself on the back, too, because I was right about that. That's exactly what I saw.
You were.
Yeah, no, remember I just said something that's half administrative and half working with the public. That's perfect for you.
That's exactly what I do.
And if you ever get short of cash, you're going to know everything that goes on with everybody in town. So if you ever get short of cash, you can blackmail them. I'm kidding. I'm only joking. But as a city clerk, my dad worked in town government when I was growing up. He was health commissioner, and it's really nice to have like a job that's in the your county community, because everybody knows who you are, and it's very cool. I think that's an awesome job for you, and I think you're going to stay in that a long time. And I think you're going to get raises. There's going to be a little pension. I think it's perfect for you.
Thank
really
you.
do.
Good. I really will love to hear that.
Yeah. No, it's so funny. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Every time as I'm setting up my little studio to do the show, I don't know why it is, but at the last minute, something that worked perfectly all week suddenly is like, nope, not going to work anymore. 30 seconds before the show. Tonight it was my headphones. So
you were on the exact task. So I was like, you know what? I'm feeling what she's throwing down, so I'm going with it.
You're awesome. I wish you lived closer. Let's go out for a beer. Also, you've got some really nice stuff coming up in your love life. So if you're in a steady relationship, it looks like there's going to be sort of a romantic surge coming up.
I am in a steady relationship.
You are. The one thing I will say is if you don't feel like having another child soon, just take suitable precautions. You're in a very sort of physically generous time, we'll say.
Oh my goodness, that is so creepy. My birth control just ran out, and we have to be very cautious until next month when I can get into the doctor.
Yeah, I do. If you want to have another kid, it's great, but that's why it came up, because I kind of got that. So please be careful. Maybe wear a wetsuit or something.
Right.
It's so much fun talking. You're so much fun. By the way, do you like my dressed as a French person theme tonight? I wasn't sure about it, but I trust her too.
I do. I think that's fun. I think it's inviting and relaxes everybody. I think it's great.
Thank you. I feel like you know how mimes do that thing like, oh, I'm trapped in a phone booth. Help. I think that's about all I have for you, but you're doing wonderfully. And it's just, you're pretty healthy. You had a health scare a couple of years ago. You're over that. Yep. Everything's ticking along well. And it's just, and by the way, thank you for saying my things. And everything's going great. I'm so happy. Yay. Let me know how
thank you. Oh my goodness. You were just right on the nose right on the head, or the head on the nose, or however you say that.
Oh, thank you. My nose. That's my nose. I'm so good. Well, that's my job. I love my work. As you're going to spend the next 10, 20 years loving your work, you're going to get a lot of positive attention too. And you're going to rise. I think you love being part of community. And again, you're a little shy, and I think that's a very elegant quality. But you do love being useful. That's very important to you. Serving and being useful. It gives you such a feeling of satisfaction. Yeah. And I just think you're going to be sort of part of everybody's lives in a really nice way. And makes me so happy. Yay! Hooray for Sarah.
Yay, thank you so much. Thank you.
And that color looks beautiful on you. All right, sweetie. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
I hope. All right. Take care, love. I get the best. See, don't I get the best people on the show? I get the best people on the show. I don't usually ask them to compliment my outfits, but what the heck? That was so much fun. Heather. We have Heather calling in.
Hi.
Hi, sweetie. Where are you calling in from?
Asheville, North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. I love North Carolina. I'll be right over.
Well, I don't want to call him that. My twin flame was in an accident in October, and I was wanting to get some. Yeah, his name is in there. 46. His name is Jason Matthew Perry.
Oh, Jason, what a great name. Okay, so tell me your birthday and his birthday.
Sure. 4:25:77, and then 5:15 a.m. I believe was the time. Don't quote me on that.
Oh, that's okay. I'm not going to do that.
What he said.
Oh, hold on one second. My producer
Kenny
just told me to turn my speaker down. Hold on one second. Hold on. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Go. There. Sorry about that. You just got a close-up of the palm of my hand.
Fine.
We're getting a lot of April lovelies today. And just tell me what day his birthday is. Yours is 4:25.
Okay, 4:25:77, 5:15 a.m., and then Kennebunkport, Maine.
Oh, Kennebunkport.
I think that was the time.
The only town in the world so named. Okay, don't worry about the time.
Okay.
I just need the birthdays. Oh, he did get in an accident. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wow. Did he? I feel like he broke his pelvis. He broke something big. Did he get?
Yeah. That running a trolley business said he might have sliced his head open.
Oh, God.
That doesn't mean she's not a psychic or anything.
Forgive me, guys. Forgive this. We're having a little technical difficulty with the sound. So.
Are you able to hear me?
A little bit, but
Okay, can you hear me now? Maybe my ear wasn't up to the phone.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Don't worry about it. Okay, so here's. Okay. Was he on a motor? I'm a little thrown now because of the technical thing, but let me get back into it. Feels like it was something to do with road stuff. I can't tell if he was on a motorcycle.
I know how he died. He was all over the news.
Oh, he died?
Yeah, he was. He saved somebody's life, and somebody was going the wrong way, and they ran over him. He got out of his car to help somebody.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry. Oh, and here he just showed up.
He was all over the news
I should have known that.
And the papers. His mom had a lot to do with that, but he helped save somebody's life.
Oh my gosh! I read about that. He was in the news in the paper.
Really?
He saved. Well, he's lovely for one thing. Darling, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. But boys, he saved somebody's life. He's showing up. I don't usually get people, and this is true. I didn't expect this, but he's showing up with a lot of light around him. This guy got like the express elevator to the part of heaven where people who save other people's lives go, which is like there's catering.
Well, he had addiction issues and his own demons, that's for sure. But he
did have
saved somebody's life, so that was a big. I mean, he had a big heart, but he did a lot of bad things.
Yeah, but I think the last thing he did.
We were very. We had a very. I think
did.
Terrible to know that or not, but I'm pretty sure he was my
real soul connection. I don't.
So
you
don't see twin flame.
I don't like to get hung up in that. I think that there are like past life connections. I like soulmate better. And people are like, is this?
No, it's a lot stronger than a soulmate. I've had others.
You have a friend who's a soulmate. So I don't know enough about twin flames to. That's not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is rooting around in the sock drawer of your soul and talking to people who passed. Did he have a? Oh, that's right. I think you told me his name. He's a Jun name. You already said that. Yeah, people who have their own demons and still do something incredibly brilliant are a lot, I think, almost more valuable than people who are just perfect all the time and do something brilliant, because real courage is being afraid and doing it anyway. Okay, a lot stronger than a soulmate. I don't know enough about twin. What I'm going to say is there's a very strong soul connection. Let me say that. And this kind of soul connection is maybe twice in a lifetime. I don't want you to think that that you're never going to be with somebody again, because you are going to be with somebody again. It's going to take a little while, because grieving is wow. I lost two people, my mom and somebody else, a year and a half ago, and I didn't get out of bed for a year except to do the show. So be gentle with yourself. Let yourself grieve, and don't let anybody else tell you what the timeline is. But I've got him here. He's saying he loves you. Does he have a child with you and a child with somebody else?
No, he doesn't have a child with me. We weren't even really together. We were, but not really.
No, you weren't.
I think he sent somebody to me today. Is that true?
Yeah, he did. He definitely
His name was Jason too. He lied about his name.
I think you're wrong, actually. I think you were much more together than either of you wanted to acknowledge.
What's that?
And somebody lied about their name? Is that what?
What are you talking about? Who was much more together?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
What did you say?
Let me backtrack and let me turn up the sound a tiny bit. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's do this. Here's what I'm getting. There's somebody that passed who you have a very strong connection with. Is that who we're talking about?
Jason, yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting. And I'm sorry, if you had stayed together, there's a possibility of a child. I apologize for that. He has a child with somebody else. I think that you had a much stronger, I know he wasn't your boyfriend, quote unquote, but I think that you guys were kind of in love with each other. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would have been if he stayed. He was so prideful and so, like, he just couldn't get over himself over a lot of things. And he was the thing is, it wasn't that he couldn't get over himself. He had difficult liking and loving himself, even though he was wonderful. And I think he also grew up in a way where he had to hide a lot of his great qualities, like his gentleness, his sensitivity. He was very observant. And I think he had to kind of cover that over in order to fit in with his family and his culture. Right.
Is that correct? Because I think that's going to come
I don't know. It was a rumor that his dad raped him, and Jason was a registered sex offender too.
It seems to me that there's a lot of pain in his past, and I think he was a very hurt and very sensitive person. I'm not going to speak to the other thing because I just want to say that he was a very hurt person, but he's showing up surrounded by a lot of light, and he's saying that he's actually apologizing to you and to one other person. It feels like he's apologizing to his mother.
Yeah, his mother
he was
always. Called him that was overly up his butt. You know,
she was overly up his bum, but they had a very close relationship, and he's apologizing to her for having accidentally checked out so soon, because she's having a really, even more than a parent. Losing a child's the worst thing I can think of in this planet. She is having such a hard time, and he's got siblings, but he and she were very close, and he also you guys would have been together. That's where you were heading.
They became recently when he went to the hospital to go see her.
Yes, that makes sense. Does that help at all? Because it feels like what I'm trying to tell you is that from the other side, what he's saying, he had a funny nickname for you too. Not Kitten. What was his nickname for you? Are you there, darling?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Well, didn't you ask me to get in touch with somebody on the other side for you? And he's identifying who he is by trying to tell you what his nickname for you was. That's all. It's just, how would you like me to do this? Because it feels like there's a way that would work better for you. So how can I do this that would work for you? Do you want me to continue to be in touch with Jason? And do you want me to let you know that the person who came to you today was sent by Jason? Does that help? How can I be of the most service to you today, dear?
No, I just want to get words from him. Are you able to do that?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. He had a nickname. What I'm asking, he had a funny nickname for you. That's all I'm saying. He called you something. It wasn't kitten, but it was something. Okay. He's telling you that, first of all, his first message was for his mother. And the second message, why don't you contact me after the show? Because it feels like I've got 30 seconds left. And what he's telling me is that he was in love with you. If he'd stuck around, he would have figured out a way to get sober, because when he didn't use, he was just tremendous. And he would have wanted to be with you in a real way. He felt on some level that you were a little too good for him. And the amount of intimacy, the amount of closeness you had as friends made him feel so seen that he would sometimes get insecure and shut down a bit. But it had nothing to do with you. It was just that you guys had such a strong and authentic connection, is what he's saying, that it was taking him a little while to kind of get used to it and live up to it. All right, my love. I hope that helped. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Perry Lyons. I just adore you guys. I just love you. And that color looks great on you. Thanks so much. See you next week at 9.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Nick with Mystic Nick. Live from lightheartedmassage.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Nick on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my show, Mystic Nick. I'm Nicole, and I'm from Tasmania, Australia. So welcome. I would like to share a card. I've just been shuffling the deck, asking Spirit what the message is for today or this evening if you're watching somewhere else in the world. And this is a card called Foundation. So you may see there. So it's people working. So what my thoughts were with this card was about being a new year. We're all starting and looking at things that we can move forward into. So this is about building a firm foundation. So making sure that we've got everything in place. And I guess also being patient, that if we are starting something new, that we need to put in the time and the effort and make sure that what we're building or creating has got a solid foundation. So there's also some little bees in the tree. So that's, they're pollinating and doing their thing. So this could also be about networking or working with others. And again, there's men working there as well too. So this could be a collective thing that you might be thinking about doing, or you might need the support of others to help you. So just know that if you are starting something new, that things do take time. And that, it's really important to plan, put everything in place, and, obviously believe in the infrastructure and what it is that you want to create and moving forward and building the foundation in that. So I'm going to take a caller now. So this is Tina. She's from the USA. So hi, Tina. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm all right. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome. Well, thanks for calling in. Well, I guess it's this evening there. It's daytime. It's sunny here in Tasmania this afternoon. So are you evening time? Whereabouts are you?
I'm in close to Vancouver, Washington. A little bit more out in the rural section, but Vancouver would be the next biggest city close to me.
Wow, isn't it amazing? Excellent. So how can I help you today? Is there something you need guidance around?
There is. For a long time I felt lost, and I just keep moving forward and doing the best I can, but I don't think I'm on the right path. I've got a good job. I just bought my first house. But I need guidance to know that I'm going in the right direction. And
all right.
And is there somebody there for me? I'm all by myself, and I'm just sort of lost.
So so I'll slow down, because the first thing I just did a collective reading, which was foundation, and you just mentioned that you've just bought a house, you're in a job, all of those sorts of things. So this is all, I feel like patience. I know that that's probably the last thing you want to hear right now, but it feels like things take time. So, starting something new, moving into something. So also too, I see a pathway or two pathways. So a decision or a couple of pathways for you to take. But the other thing I feel like you're missing, and it's really interesting because the card that's just come up for you is called Sacred Space. So this, if you have a look at this card, she's sitting in a beautiful space meditating, connecting with the universe. And I feel like, I'm not sure what your belief system is, but I feel like that's a little bit of the missing link for you, is finding your sacred space or finding the connection within yourself, the spiritual unfoldment. So it could be a sense of your spirituality or that, soul calling that's calling you back and making you feel like something's missing in your world.
I've always been very spiritual. I believe in the higher powers, whether it be, God or the divine. But I know there's something out there. I've always felt it since I was a little girl. But I just feel like I'm not where I'm supposed to be, and I just need. I just want to be on the right path.
What are you doing to connect with that? We need to actively, make time for our connection. So, it's great that you have a belief system and you have a faith. That is amazing. But are you doing any practices that are helping you connect? I feel like I'm seeing journaling too. So writing things down, connecting into your higher self and bringing through information as well. So there's an element of trust. I've also got the in the now card as well. So this is about being really present. So you're not worrying about the future and not worrying about what comes next, okay? Because life unfolds, and that's also where the faith comes in as well, is trusting that things will show up for you, people will show up for you. The things that, when you're confused and uncertain, it's very hard for the universe to actually work with you. So it might be important to pull back and take some time for reflection and, to meditate and, to journal and spend some time with yourself to help you get a little bit clear, because it feels like there's things that no longer really fit for you. So it's like paving the way for something new. And it's those steps. It's not quite clear yet what that is or what that's going to unfold, but it's coming, and it's a matter of putting the foundations again into yourself personally as well too, because there's something going to happen. But it's going to come unexpectedly, and you'll just have to trust yourself and trust your intuition when this comes and the connection for you. Also seeing a bird, there's a specific bird. Do you have a bird that is symbolic, or do you see birds that are important to you as a sign?
No, but I did have a weird thing not very long ago happen to me. A bird was in my car, and all my windows were up. I don't know how this bird got in my car, and the bird didn't want to go out of my car. It jumped on my finger, and it wouldn't go. I was shaking my finger, and it wouldn't go off my finger. So that's sort of, and there's lots of birds around here, but I don't know how that bird got in my car.
That's the message. So what was happening around them? Because as you're telling me, I'm getting tingles all about that. So that message or what's happening with the bird is really important for you, and noticing the signs that are coming up. So if, as I say, there's a trust. It's like spirit are calling you or wanting you. It's almost like I'm getting the words like coming home. So it's like pulling back, as I said, being in the now. So that bird's definitely a very strong message or a sign as well. So just try and think back to what was happening or going around, or what you were thinking for that. Isn't that a beautiful experience?
Yes, it was. It was very. I loved it. I just sat there looking at this bird, and it would not fly away, and it just sat there, just checking me out, and I was looking at him, and I was late for an appointment, so I did shoo him away, but he did not want to leave.
That's good. And so I feel that so quickly, because this will end very soon. So the other card I've got is love. The other thing that I'm seeing is a lady coming in for you, and she has brown, curly or wavy hair. Are you able to take or resonate with a woman that has passed?
I don't know anybody like that, no.
Okay, all right. So again, it can be tricky, but there's definitely a woman that's coming in, and this is a connection around love and sending love, and you being again in your heart and in your love space as well. Okay. I'm trying to think. Yeah, trying to look and see. It's very tricky if you say no and then you might think. And again, I've pulled the belief card as well. So this is exactly what I'm saying about what you believe in, what it is. But it's also about spirit connections as well. And when spirit shows up for you and those signs that you're getting as well too. So I feel like you do need to be patient, and you say you're not on the right track, but we're always on the right track. There's no mistakes in life. There's always, everything leads us to the next step.
I just feel so lonely inside, like my soul is crying. Like,
yeah,
so it's hard for me to explain, but yeah, I just sort of feel lost. Like.
Yeah, so I'm getting the card called Raise Your Vibration. So maybe you need to connect in for some healing. If you're saying that your soul is feeling lost, it might be time to access or get some healing that can help you shift or move through, because I've got the Raise Your Vibration. So this is about bringing in everything that you love and also healing as well, so you can level up. So there might be some things that are keeping you from moving forward, or you might not just be quite ready yet for that next step. So I would definitely look at what it is that you can do and around you. I'm seeing a lot of flowers around you too. Are you gardening or connected to flowers in any way? Again, I just got the Raise Your Vibration card again, so that's come up twice for you. So this is really important to, and even if it is being out in the garden or doing things that are going to really raise your soul, like we don't want a sad soul, we want a happy soul. So what you can do to help soul be happy.
Yeah, I've tried to, we all have traumas in our life, and I've tried to, and still releasing old traumas, hurts and things.
There must be more, because I've got the card of letting go as well too. So there must be more. There must be some more healing. I know it's frustrating because we feel like we've done it all, but sometimes there's more pieces of the puzzle that we have to discover within ourselves and within our soul as well. Soul healing is very important. So if you've tried any Dolores Cannon's past life regression work, or Brian Weiss, any of that can take you into some soul healing. Maybe that might be really beneficial and helpful. Have you ever done anything like that?
I've sort of started, So I was also thinking about, bad energy, like through the family. Does that follow a soul from life to life?
Yeah, ancestral healing. So it's part of the jigsaw puzzle. So I've got a card called the jigsaw puzzle. This will end very soon. You can find me.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites. Ask AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I'm a psychic medium, a life coach, a shamanic energy healer, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, and a certified hypnotherapist. My business is Angels Always Around Us. You can find my business at angelsalwaysaroundus.com, at my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us. On Facebook, I have an awesome group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. I do affirmations, little tidbits of metaphysical education like crystals, angels, wellness tips, all kinds of cool stuff in there. So go check that out. You can also find me on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. So those are places you can find me. A couple of things while we're waiting for a caller to come on here. Upcoming events. So every Tuesday, you can find me here on A1R Psychic Radio's Facebook page, doing readings and healings. And then Wednesday, January 29th, I am having the Creative Tales Intuitive Trails event at a flick of a wrist in Broomall, Pennsylvania. That is from 6 to 8 p.m. You can check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, and you'll see on there on the event page for Creative Tales Intuitive Trails, there's a link site through Bookio if you would like to make a doggy masterpiece with your pooch. And then you can also either message me or text me if you would like to either reserve a time to have your pet read, or if you would like a person reading, because I will be doing readings and healings for people there. And then Lena Cherno is a great animal communicator. She will be there and doing that as well. So again, that's January 29th. Also, check out my Facebook page for other upcoming events. I've got some Zoom angel classes coming starting in February. I'm excited to be teaching them online and getting more people. Lucas in Palm Bay, Florida, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today?
Well, just general on how things are going, career-wise, relationship-wise.
Okay. Let's take a look and see what your angels want you to know about a little bit of everything. Okay, so I said, what does Lucas need to know about his career? So some interesting cards came up. They're all interesting, they're all good, but these are really cool cards. So our first one that came up is Athena, and she is reminding you, again, this is about your career, your job, that kind of thing. She's reminding you it's safe to be powerful. So what I'm hearing is sometimes you struggle with the fine line between being assertive and being like a jerk, because like you kind of actually step back a little bit and maybe you're just a little too tender-footed because you're afraid of ruffling people's feathers. You want to be a nice guy, but the angels are saying, Athena's saying, be a little more assertive so you can get what you want. And then as you are more assertive at work, Omega is coming. And Omega is coming to tell you victory is on the horizon. So I feel like what I'm hearing is there are different opportunities at work that are kind of like slipping through your fingers because you're not quite assertive enough. You're not quite, you're the nice guy everybody loves at the office, but at the same time, like because you don't, you're not quite assertive enough, so you kind of like fall on the back burner. People, oh yeah, that nice guy Lucas, he could help us out. Like they come to you, but they don't come to you as much as they would if you were a little more assertive. And that assertiveness is going to get you promotions and other things that you're waiting on. Does that make any sense to you?
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So, and again, everybody worries about being a jerk or, being nasty. And, it's very easy to do. It takes some time, it takes some training, but the more you do it, the easier it gets. Just, be firm and allow people to not walk all over you. If you find yourself doing somebody else's job and they're like, oh, but you do it so well and I can't figure this out. You tried to teach me twice already and it's just not happening. Can you just do it because you're so good at it? Say no. Because a lot of people are going to kind of play on that niceness of yours. And they're going to say that they can't get it when they really can. So be careful with that. Because it feels like some of the people you work with are going to try to manipulate you into doing some of their work because you are such a nice guy. So just be mindful of that. And then let's see what they want you to know about your romance life. So again, no bad cards. They're all good ones. So this is going to sound a little strange, but trust me, it will help. So our first card is Teresa, and Teresa comes and she wants you to start taking some time for you. She says your schedule is way too busy. You have to step back, take some time for you so that you can help your relationship. What I'm hearing is this is not only going to help your romantic relationships, this is actually going to help your friendships and your family relationships too. What I'm hearing is you don't take enough time for you. So you have a tendency to let work pull you in. You have friends and family, some of them who pull you in too, but then like you're always on the go. So Teresa says, take a breath, take a couple hours off, like literally take a couple hours, turn that phone completely off and go, dead silent for a while and allow yourself to just kind of relax and see what's coming. Now, as you do that, like I said, I know it's like a self-care card and it's a self-care thing, but as we take care of ourselves, that kind of helps us prepare for other people to come into our lives and for our relationships to be stronger and better. Because when we take care of ourselves and show ourselves that we love ourselves, then it's easier for other people to love and care about us too. So as you take care of yourself, as you take that break, Fiona is appearing. And the more you take that break, the faster she's going to come help you. So Fiona says that, she's here. She's heard your prayers. I love Fiona. I have nicknamed her the banging your head against the wall angel because Fiona comes to people most of the time when they've tried to fix something and tried to fix it over and over and over again. And they just throw their hands up. They have no idea what to do. They're just done. That's when, when you say, God, help me because I can't figure this out. That's when Fiona sweeps in and then she starts rearranging things, starts helping you right away. So the more you take care of yourself, the more you take some time for you now, the sooner Fiona's going to come. And this is a very interesting card to come after Fiona. This is Archangel Uriel. And Uriel works with us with big, turbulent emotions sometimes. And she's saying, so you've got some things going on, so you've got to take care of yourself, and then Fiona's going to come in and help you by moving things out of your path and moving things, rearranging some stuff in your life so you can get more relationship stability. And what I actually hear is it feels like I hear the 4 to 6, so April, May, June. I hear that not only are your family relationships going to strengthen, but your friendships are going to strengthen and your romantic relationships are going to strengthen. Now, you can, again, accelerate this timeline by doing more self-care now. Or, just let it play out till June and do the whole thing of self-care. But what I'm definitely hearing is that you have to get the self-care going. You have to take the time out is very much needed. You are way too busy with everything else. But as these things settle down, like I said, Uriel come late spring, early summer, May, June, April, May, June, you're going to have lots of emotions because yes, your relationships are going to strengthen, but they are going to be strengthening because you're going to have a couple of speed bumps to go over in the spring. And that's when you're kind of going to get a better look at who should really be in your inner circle, who maybe you got to push out to maybe your middle circle. I think you got a couple people that might have to go on your outer fringe circle. So the spring's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be a strengthening of relationships for you, but it's also going to be a weeding out process. So you're going to have some relationship spring cleaning this year. So anything else you would like to know today? We have a couple more minutes left.
There's there is a girl I'm talking to right now.
Okay, what's her name?
Tori, Victoria.
Okay. Let's see. The magic reveal card. You and Tori got a lot of passion coming up. And more importantly, what I'm being told by the angels is that you have a lot of passion inside you, Lucas. Again, work on expressing that. Work on being a little more assertive. I know you're a nice guy and like you're trying to not ruffle anybody's feathers. You don't want to make anybody, feel uncomfortable. And that's awesome. But you have to allow yourself to be you. One of the things, this card at the bottom, it says, allow your soul to sing with joy. One of the things the angels are telling me is your soul's not singing right now. You're stifling it too much. So let that thing out of its cage. Let the world know Lucas for who Lucas really is, because the world needs you the way you were created and everything you were meant to evolve into. But if you hide it, then the world won't know about it. Does that make any sense?
No, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
So take that passion, do some flirting, and just kind of let things play out. Let everything unfold naturally. Again, this spring, you're going to have some jumping. And I know like April might seem like a long way away, but we're already somehow halfway through January. So let it play out a little bit. I think this is going to be a good relationship for you. I think it's going to be fun. As long as you kind of play a little bit with the assertiveness as far as relationships go, play a little bit with the assertiveness with just letting people know who you really are. Let yourself make some decisions and let Tori know what you like, what you don't like. Don't be afraid. You might as well put it all out there now. And then, if you don't mesh and you put it out there early, you haven't lost a lot of time. If you try to hide it for 6 months and then you put it out there early, this goes for Lucas and everybody else. If you try to hide something for 6 months, you're delaying everything. You might as well just be upfront and honest at the beginning. It's going to make it easier to find your partner.
True. Very wise words.
Thank you. I hope that was helpful for you, Lucas.
That was. Thank you. Thank you a lot.
You're welcome. You have a great day. Again, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. You can find me at my website, angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can find me on Facebook. Facebook, you'll find lots of great, awesome events coming up, lots of great information. So go check me out at angelsalwaysaroundus.com or Angels Always Around Us on Facebook or Angel Margaret P on Instagram. Have an awesome day, and I will see you guys next week.
to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello and good evening. Hello, I am Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo, where intuition, energy, and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you so much for tuning in to receive intuitive insights, spiritual guidance, and conversations that will open your heart and mind. You guys, thanks for being here this evening. We are going to just pull some cards tonight and talk about the energy of the collective. There's a lot happening right now, as you are aware. This is going to be a big year for massive changes, transformation, exposure, disclosure, all the things. So expect a wild, wild ride as we lay out the foundations of this year coming. You guys, I think that for many people, this will be a year for big shifts. The things that are no longer in alignment with us have to go. So this will be a year of alignment for many. When you come into alignment with your higher self, when you come into alignment with your purpose, when you begin to live your passion and do the things that fill up your cup, you will elevate your vibrational frequency within the planet. And when you elevate your frequency, it creates a ripple effect outward. So you can actually help elevate the frequency of others as well. So, in what ways can you elevate your frequency? So one of the things we can do is we can sink into our gratitude. So whenever we are having moments of fear, scarcity, shame, those are the lowest vibrational frequencies that we can be in. And I'm going to be really raw for just a moment and very vulnerable for a second. That's part of one of my gifts, is my transparency. I've actually been experiencing that myself right now because I too am human. And as someone who really does focus on mindset and pay attention to my affirmations, that self-talk that we have, that internal dialogue, I am also reminded that no matter how much we practice this, we have moments in our life where circumstances occur, situations happen, life just unfolds, where we sink into those frequencies, those emotions. And that's part of the human experience, is being able to learn how to master those emotions. And so I want to just let you know that I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. So earlier today, as I was really moving through this experience of shame and feeling like I wasn't good enough or I hadn't done enough, as my fear was setting in, the scarcity, I could feel my frequency lowering, and I knew it was happening. I allowed that to happen. I let it just be what it was. I allowed myself to lean into that uncomfortable feeling that I was having. And then later, I was speaking to a group of people, and then I chose to sink into my gratitude. So whenever we have those lower frequencies show up, we get to choose how we either respond or react to them. And trust me when I say that I've spent a couple of days reacting. And as I moved through that, I realized today it was time for me to shift. And I get to choose that. And the way that I got to choose that was choosing to find the gratitude no matter what, to express how grateful I was for all that I did have, and to realize that the fear is just what I like to call false evidence appearing real, and that there's nothing to be shameful for, that I've done the best that I can do. And so I wanted to elevate that frequency and my vibration and help me get out of that. So the quickest way I know to do that is by being my authentic self, expressing my true emotions, and by expressing my gratitude. Authenticity is the highest vibrational frequency we can be in. So, like I said, if you want to get out of the lower frequencies when you're in them, find your authenticity and your gratitude, and it will help pull you out of those moments when you feel like you're in that despair and you can't get out of it, because that can feel very real at times. And that is how I've been feeling the last couple of days. And I think that that's really reflecting a lot of what's happening in the energy of the collective. So let's just pull a couple of cards really quick. Let's see what Spirit has to say for us for the collective overall message. I'm going to pull just 3 cards right now. And Spirit, what is the message for our listeners tonight? What do they need to know about the energy right now, currently? Oh, looks like we got more than 3 here. All right. So the first one we have is obstacle. Find another road, flexibility, and change. It's really interesting because I'm talking to you about my experience here. And that's what I've been having in my life is obstacles, things that have felt like they were in my way. I'm reminded as I read this card to tell you that, and this is for myself too, know that when I'm speaking to all of you, it's always reflecting back to me. So the message is always for me as well. But when we think of the obstacles, or we think about it being a rejection sometimes, rejection is God's protection. And I'm reminded of that. So anything that is a no or doesn't land where we want it to, there's a reason. And if we can trust that, then we are able to forge forward. So it is having the ability to be flexible and to accept the changes as coming. And if I'm being honest and truthful in my own experience, that's what I'm struggling with. There's a massive shift and change happening in my life where it's creating uncertainty, where I'm having and forcing myself to step into the unknown. We all get very complacent at times because the unknown is often uncomfortable. Growth can be really uncomfortable, but if we're not growing, we're decaying. And I know that these obstacles standing in my way are there to protect me because there's another way that I need to go around it, or there's something else that still needs to present itself. The next card I have here is astral messages, connection, belonging, ask for help. I am laughing at this because my post earlier today literally was like titled something like ask for help, unnecessary step. My overall theme for this year for myself is ask for help. So it's very interesting to get this card because I'm talking about myself and my own experiences, but I like to be relatable to the collective, as I know many of them have. You guys are having similar experiences. But if we can remain in our connection with Spirit, with our past loved ones, with those that support us in the most amazing ways, then we will have incredible results. And when we do ask for help, so we often have to ask for help. And that is not always easy. And I am super clear that these messages coming through, like I said, they're for me and for the collective, for anyone that's listening. But in what ways can you ask your spirit team to support you? It's not always in the physical when we think of the help that we need. Sometimes we do have to ask for help from the spiritual realms. That is available to us as well. The next card I have here is soul agreement, soul mission, soul plan, life purpose. So a couple of things around this. Many of you will be called forward to really fulfill your soul mission and your plan and your life's purpose. If you're not clear on what it is, it may become evident for you this year. I'm super clear in mine. And so it's interesting because when we have those soul agreements, there are some things that must fall into place or must fall away in order for everything to unfold through the divine orchestration that it needs to. And I'm super clear that that's part of what's happening in my own world. And perhaps maybe some of you within the collective are experiencing that as well. But don't be surprised if you're not clear on what your life's purpose is, or you're not clear on what your mission is. That is something that I would expect you to come into your knowing this year. Expect it to fall into place. Also ask. If you're not clear, ask. Like ask your guides, ask your team, ask Spirit to bring you a clear knowing of what you are meant to do and what steps to take next. The next card we have, this will close this little reading for the collective out, is boundary stones, negotiations, contracts, and communication. This is really interesting. You guys, boundaries are everything. Boundaries are what keep us safe. Boundaries are what help us communicate clearly our needs, wants, and desires, and how we create less confusion. When we have clear boundaries and clear, concise communication, we are less likely to have disappointment and are more likely to manifest the outcomes and desires that we want. So in what areas do you need to renegotiate certain things, establish tighter boundaries, remembering that no is a full and complete sentence, and also remembering that we don't have to explain things to people. We can just answer the question. We often think that we have to say no because or no but no period is a complete and full sentence, and you don't owe anyone an explanation. So that's something else for us to consider as we move through this space of communication, is stop over communicating things that are necessary. What can we communicate in order to be heard, seen, and then move forward? So maybe letting go some of the unnecessary fluff that keeps us kind of stuck in that conversation, connection, when we're really needing to create a stricter boundary or more clear boundary with others. Okay, let's see. I think we're gonna take a caller here in just a second. It looks like we have Monica in Omaha today, Omaha, Nebraska.
Hello.
Hi, Monica. Can you hear me?
Just general. Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing some card pulls today. Do you have a specific question, or would you like to have just an overall reading for 2025?
Yes, the overall reading for 2025.
All righty. Let's see. Have you been thinking about going back to school or taking a class of some sort?
Yeah.
Yes. What is it? Do you care to share?
Music production. Music production.
I'm hearing go for it. Shoot for the stars.
It's music production?
Yes. What I heard was go for it. Shoot for the stars.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I just pulled a few cards for you. Weather the storm. So the first thing that I'm being told for you, Monica, to take a look at for 2025 is expect the unexpected. Embrace the changes as they come in. Let these things change you. So we know that the storms come in to shake things up. I'm being told that, like thunder, when you think of it, it's like a shift in the energy, right? And yes. Storms come to shake things up, but what happens after the storm? Everything dries up, the sun comes out, and that's when we often see a rainbow even, right? So your pot of gold will be on the other side of the storms that you weather. So there may be some, I'm seeing maybe like, looks like February, March area, there may be some rocky weathering experiences that come up. Nothing major, but just stuff that may show up. And Spirit says, just remember that when it shows up, it's okay. It's here to shift the energy, which is really interesting because your next card that you have here, Monica, is releasing the past. Emerging, transforming, energies transmuted. So what it looks like is probably anything that's been holding you back, Monica, anything that's been weighing you down from your past, whether it's in this lifetime or perhaps even in past lives, but specifically in this lifetime, I feel like any traumas, this is the time where Spirit's asking you to release any of that that's holding you back, that's keeping you from stepping into your authentic self. If there's any fear or scarcity from the past, Spirit's asking you to let go of that so that you can receive your windfall. I don't know what that's about, but like, I don't know if money's trying to come into your world, but I saw like a pot of gold and then I saw a windfall, but there is some things and some old beliefs that's being asked of you to release and let go so that you can welcome that in.
Okay.
Then
yeah, I feel that. I've been told that a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. So that's validation, right? If you've heard it before, you're hearing it again.
Yes.
You also got the Edge. And I really like this card for you because there's actually a double rainbow in this card. And it says, take a chance, do something different. So the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result. So if you can change it up, do something outside of the box, go a different direction, ask somebody different, pick a different color, turn left instead of right, whatever that is. Spirit's asking you to shift. Even changing the energy in your home, rearranging furniture, the feng shui will help shift energy in the house. And the next thing that I'm really hearing for you, Monica, is get clear on your vision. Be super clear on what you want to manifest. The more clear that you can be and the more that you spend time in your imagination creating the life that you desire, being a deliberate creator, the more likely you are to manifest.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to pull a couple more cards for you. Do you have any specific questions for me?
Yeah, just there's be busy stuff about finances right now. Just like it's been really hard. I lost my job, so I'm trying to look for another job, and so I need a job.
Yes. I think that is happening with a lot of people right now. And I think that the reason that they're losing their jobs is because they're not, and this could be the case for you as well. I'm not saying that it necessarily is, just feel into it. If it feels like this could be it, then I would definitely say that it's a yes. But if the job you lost wasn't in alignment with your higher self, right? What happens is when Spirit knows it's time for us to move on, but perhaps we're not moving ourselves, then we often have to let the universe do it for us. So that's kind of what probably happened is it was a squeeze. It pushed you out to help you get on the path of the next road. It's interesting because I just put all the cards back in the deck and this one flew out again. You got weather the storms. Let it change you. Embrace the unexpected. So just double validation that these storms that are coming at you right now are here to help change you and shift you into the best version of Monica.
Okay.
Let me check just a couple more. Okay. Give me just a second.
And then this is a question about this relationship.
What's your question?
Just about my relationship, how you see that going? Well, my marriage, I guess, is fake.
They're telling me, okay, this is wild. You got the same other two cards that I pulled. So all three cards, Monica, that I pulled for you, when I went to pull cards again, I pulled them again. You got obstacle, find another road, flexibility and change, soul agreement, soul mission, soul plan, life purpose. As far as the relationship goes, I'm being told that you already know. They're not asking me to give you a specific. They're saying to lean into your heart space and what does your heart tell you to do? If it feels right, then continue on. But if you know that you need to move forward, then move forward. Even if it feels scary, trust me when I say that I understand that that's not the easiest thing to do. But they're not giving me, my guides are not giving me like a specific answer to you. They're just saying, you already know.
It's hard. It's a good question. Everybody tells me that you know, but it's like you just said, it's hard. I don't know. Yes, I do, and yeah, I do. What it's just different. It's always that answer. I just wanted an answer. But yeah.
So I pulled from another deck, and you said you have the High Lord of Gratitude and Service, selflessness, humility, conscious action. That's it right there. Taking conscious action towards the relationship. So just remember that it only takes one person to shift a relationship, and that if you want to shift your relationship, start creating in your mind what you want the relationship to look like. Because what happens a lot of times is we will have the expectation that they will not support us, that they won't show up to do what they said, they won't follow through. And because we have that expectation, we create more of it. But if you can shift your expectation around them and start creating how you want them to show up, see if that shifts at all and changes.
Okay.
That makes any sense. But really just listen to your heart.
Yeah.
I'm even hearing the song,
that
old song. Listen to your heart. I think it's Roxette.
Yeah.
Maybe go listen to that song. There might be a message in it for you. Because I'm hearing it loud.
Okay.
All right, Monica. I wish you the best for 2025. Good luck with the job. Good luck with the music production and the relationship. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye for now. All right, up next we have Kristen in Ipswich, Massachusetts. Hello, Kristen. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I am fantastic. I am doing some card pulls here for 2025 readings. So I would be happy to pull some cards for you and see what's in store. Or if you have any specific questions, you can feel free to ask me.
let's see what you pull, and then I'll ask questions after, because I do have something that I really am interested in learning more about.
Okay. All right. So let's see what the 2025 message is for Kristen.
It's something really big.
Something really big. Okay. All right. I got 2 cards. I'm just waiting for one more. I'm shuffling. Okay. The first card you have is card number 12, the Eagle King, the big picture, angelic help. So Spirit wants you to be super clear in your vision for 2025. If you want to manifest, I'm being told to tell you to build your vision board, create it with great intention, being clear on what like as specific as you can be about certain things they're telling me. And they're also telling me that you already know what it is that you need to be clear about. That felt kind of vague, but it feels like you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
The next card you have is the Sun Dancers, card number 32, joyful activity, celebration of life and abundance. This is like letting me know that all the things are wanting to come into your life. But what Spirit's calling for right now is a sense of wonder, curiosity, playfulness. This comes up a lot for people when they are working to manifest and they are wanting to be in that deliberate creation. Sometimes they forget to have fun, to experience their joy, or to celebrate what they have. So as you're moving through and you're manifesting, if you can sink into that sense of wonder, curiosity, allow the joy and the pleasure to just surround you through the experience, the abundance is sure to be yours. The next card you have, the next card you have is card number 17, Sisters of the Seasons, Cycles of Growth, Natural Law, Divine Order. It does feel like 2025 will be a year for different shifts in your life for sure, as far as growth and relationships. I feel like there will be some big shifts relationship-wise, some people perhaps getting closer to you, new relationships forming that become more aligned, and perhaps some others that are dragging you down perhaps start to dissipate. I am being told there may be some people you need to release and let go of, and that's okay. You don't have to make a production about it, but it can be a slow backing away and a just like, less interaction. But if people are draining you and you're not able to hold space because they take more than they give, or the reciprocity isn't in flow with both, giving and receiving, then don't be afraid to set the boundaries and say no. That it will be super important, but that will be part of that cycle of growth that you do experience, that this card is telling you. And but this is just part of the natural law and the divine order to help set you up for your success, to put you on your highest timeline.
Okay.
2025 seems to be like a good year for you, a year of change, growth, transformation. I'm seeing a new car. Is that something you've been thinking about?
Nope.
I don't know what the car is about, but from the moment we got on this call, I kept seeing a car around you. So I'm not sure if it's a new car or something's happening with a car, but there's something about a car. And specifically, I was seeing the color red.
Okay. I have a red car.
You do have a red car?
Yes.
So I'm seeing your red car. I don't know. There's something about the car. I don't know if you're going to end up getting a new car or changing cars, but there's something about a car. I'm definitely seeing a red car. So I'm glad you're validating that yours is red.
Is there anything about a positive health change?
Positive health change. I'm going to pull a card. Go ahead.
And then I can tell you why.
I'm not getting a whole lot around it, so I can pull some cards to see what comes out. But energetically, I'm not receiving a message. You have the resting tree, patience, stillness, card number 22.
Okay.
So, as far as whatever the illness or whatever the health thing is it an illness, or is it like, can you be more specific with me?
Yes, I'm getting ready to donate a kidney to save a life.
I instantly became overwhelmed with emotion and of gratitude. This person that you're donating this kidney to, the amount of gratitude that I'm feeling from them, I'm not sure that they can articulate in words how grateful they are. So I'm not sure where that stands, but I am just feeling the gratitude coming from them. You have the resting tree. So everything is going to be okay is what I'm being told, but you have to really listen to your body, take care of yourself, make sure that you're resting, being patient, stillness. And also they're telling me that when you do this experience, that this could be a time for you to open and expand further into your psychic abilities, because anytime that we go under, that is always an opportunity for things to occur. So you can set an intention before you go into that surgery and set an intention afterwards as well. So that, that can be really personal. The intention that you set for it can be very personal. So I don't want to tell you what to do or not to do with that, but set an intention going into it. I'm hearing that it's going to be fine. And truly, like, that is quite the gift to be giving. Like,
so you think it's going to work?
I'm seeing success, and I'm seeing red hearts all around you. They're like floating all around you. So I feel like that's a representation that you're surrounded by a lot of guides and love. And I'm hearing the Bob Marley song, every little thing will be all right. Are you there still?
Yep. I'm just writing notes.
Yep. So I do have to end the call because our show is just about over today, Kristen, but hopefully that is helpful. I am seeing this being a success and that you truly are giving such a gift. And like I said, I'm feeling all of that gratitude around your person that this is for. Are you have a personal relationship with them?
Yes.
Yeah. There is a female guide. I cannot tell who it is, but it feels like maybe a grandmother or a mother that is saying that they will be with you through the entire thing and there's nothing to worry about.
Could it be his sister?
Could be. I'm hearing I'm very proud of you.
On my side.
I'm not sure who said it is. It's just a female that's by you.
Okay.
It's a female. So, all right. I hope that this was helpful for you, Kristen. And if you have any questions, you can certainly reach out to me at welcomeyourwoo@gmail.com and we can go a little bit more into it. But I am feeling like everything is going to be just fine.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Happy 2025 to you. I wish you the best.
Thanks to you. Okay.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, you guys. Well, that is a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun hanging out with me this evening, and I hope that you got just enough to return for more next week, where we will be talking more about expanding into our intuition and psychic abilities. Until then, if you are looking for more clarity or spiritual guidance, you can book a personal session with me anytime at sarahjanepatton.com. You guys, I am doing 90 sessions in 90 days, and I'm offering sessions for $150. My sessions are normally $222, but for the next 90 days, if you want to catch a session with me, they are $150. I promise you, they are magical and amazing. This is just a tiny glimpse of what you get in an hour session with me. So I look forward to serving you and growing this audience. Don't forget to invite your friends. Also check me out on Welcome Your Woo, my with Psychic Sarah Jane, my Facebook group, where I do lots of lives and other intimate connections in there as well. I have some classes coming up that I'm sure that you may be interested if you're looking in expanding into your spiritual gifts and opening up your psychic abilities. If you want to stay connected, make sure that you come back and tune in every Wednesday night at 10 p.m., 9 Central. Until then, remember to stay open, trust the journey, and as always, welcome your woo. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1 A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I absolutely love helping parents to combine and mix the magic of the stars with the art of consciously and intentionally raising our children. So before we start today's show, I really want to take a moment and just speak to the people who have been impacted by the Los Angeles fires. And I want to let you know that my heart absolutely goes out to each and every one of you. I know that so many of you have had so much loss in the blink of an eye, and you've lost everything. And especially to those of you with families with young children, I know this is going to be a difficult process for you. So please remember that so many of us are thinking about you, and we are praying for you. And I love seeing how there's so many people coming together to do things for the victims right now. And to me, that's the best part of America. We come together in times like these to really help each other. And I love to see that. And also thank you to the brave firefighters from Mexico and Canada who are also helping our brave American firefighters as well. There's so much power that comes when we work together. So please know that I'm thinking about each and every one of you during this time. So for today's show, we've got some fun things in store. I'm going to share a quick message to parents who have children with major Capricorn placements, because we are in Capricorn season right now. And then I'm going to share my insights about the disillusion of TikTok and how that all relates to Pluto and Aquarius. And then I'll talk about this week's transits and things that you need to be aware of for you and your family. And then we'll have time for a caller. So if you'd like to have a reading, please call in. I'd love to hear from you. So let's start off with that quick message to parents with children who have major Capricorn placements, okay? So Capricorn is a cardinal earth sign, which gives a very stabilizing and very grounding energy to Capricorn, to the sign of Capricorn. Now, this sign also has a strong connection to ambition and to leadership because of the cardinal qualities of the sign. So it's so important for parents of children with major Capricorn placements to remember that Capricorn has a psychological need. There's a psychological need for perfection, for excellence, for achievement, for mastery, for success, okay? This is intrinsic within the energy of the sign. So children with very strong Capricorn placements, and I have one of them, can be very driven. They can be very hard on themselves if they miss the mark, okay? So you need to remember, you've got a Capricorn child who might be a little hard on themselves, and let's say that something doesn't work out the way that they hoped or the way that they planned. There's really no need for you to be overly harsh with them because they are probably beating themselves up enough. So what you have to remember as the parent of a child with strong Capricorn energy, you have to give them the room to fail, to be disappointed about their failure, but then to remind them that they are safe,
they are okay and they can always try again. And most of all, that they are loved, whether or not they fail or whether or not they find success in what they do. Okay, that's very important, that they feel as if the love of their parents and the love of those around them are not dependent upon whether or not they fail or they succeed, because failure is a part of life. So for all of you parents who have children, maybe with the sun or moon in Capricorn or Mercury, Mars, Venus especially, this message is for you, okay? So now let's move on to the insight that I have about TikTok, okay? And how it relates to Pluto in the sign of Aquarius. So remember, everybody, Pluto moved into Aquarius on November 19th. And that's where Pluto will remain for the next 20 years in the sign of Aquarius. And one fundamental theme of Pluto in the sign of Aquarius that I've mentioned before is power to the people, okay? So during this time, we might see quite a bit of dismantling when it comes to social hierarchies, okay? And you might also see a lot of people, or the masses of people, showing resistance to government powers if they feel that things are not in their best interest. We may see more of that. So now, this is what's interesting. With the clock running out for TikTok, it's so interesting to see how this dynamic is playing out right now, okay? And I'm going to try to share this with you as objectively as possible in an unbiased way. But what I've noticed over the past 24 hours is that TikTok users have made a huge chess move, okay? US TikTok users, I should say. They have decided that since the US government is taking away TikTok, because of alleged ties to the Chinese government, then we're actually going to go to another app, another platform that's one of China's largest social media platforms. And you may have seen this or read about it in the news today. It's trending as the #1 app right now that's being downloaded. And I've been listening to a lot of people, and it sounds like the reasoning for this is really out of an act of defiance against Washington's move to control TikTok, okay? This is so incredibly interesting within where we are right now with Pluto and Aquarius, and the way that people are coming together and saying, nope, we're not going to take it. We're going to do something else. Probably, make a move that the government really won't like. And so now what we're seeing now, people from two countries, from the US and from China, are now connecting with each other on this Chinese app. And I'm interested to see how this is going to continue to play out in the weeks to come. But I love to see patterns in current events and then to relate them to what's going on cosmically with the transiting planets, and then come back and share that with you. So this was just something that fascinated me so much, and I wanted to share it with all of you. So let's watch and see where this goes over the next few weeks. So the transits for this week, let's get into them, okay? So how was yesterday for everybody? I hope you were all okay, because we had a full moon at 23 degrees of Cancer that was conjunct, which means in the same location as Mars retrograde, okay? So if you were feeling overreactive yesterday, or a little bit impatient or frustrated, this may have been the reason why. So as usual, I was really feeling it, and I was feeling it even more so because I have a natal planet that's stationed right at 23 degrees of Cancer. So therefore, I had my planet, a full moon, and Mars all conjunct there, okay, and which made for a huge ball of energy. And last night I was taking one of my sons to baseball practice for a new team in Houston, and I could not find the baseball field. And I swear it felt like I drove around for 5 minutes in circles looking for this baseball field that was so elusive. I couldn't find it. And I could find myself, I felt myself growing more and more frustrated, getting more and more wound up, amped up, and felt like I was heading towards almost a meltdown. And the most beautiful thing about it was right in front of me, what I noticed was the full moon. I could see the moon because the sun was beginning to go down. And right away, that triggered some awareness within me. And I said, it's okay. You're just feeling the energy of the moon. Calm down, chill out. It's okay. We are going to find the field. And we found the field. But again, what was so wonderful about this experience was the awareness that I had in the moment of what was happening. And because of having that level of awareness and not dealing with it in an unconscious way, I was able to shift the energy. Okay, I was able to shift out of the frustration with the understanding of the dynamics of what was going on. So maybe you also had that experience yesterday and you were able to deal with it in a similar way. Now for today, January 14th, Tuesday, we've got a really feel-good transit today, and you may have already have been feeling the energy. We've got Venus at 11 degrees of Pisces, squaring Jupiter at 11 degrees of Gemini. And, you know, with these two, it's like a party, okay? The two feel-good planets. So today you may have noticed that, you know, maybe you've got feelings of well-being, of contentment, of happiness, and of fulfillment, okay? You might be feeling really social today, meeting up with your friends, making new friends, and it's all good, okay? All of that is really, really good. But because of the square aspect, remember squares represent some form of tension, okay? Because of the square aspect between Venus and Jupiter, we might be prone to excess or to overdoing things, okay? And too much of a good thing is really not a good thing overall, okay? So for today, even for tomorrow, I want you to watch out for overdoing it. Like when it comes to food, when it comes to drink, when it comes to online shopping or, you know, just shopping in general, when it comes to maybe substances that we are using. Or even our iPads, like for the kids, the iPhones, the computers, just scrolling or spending endless amounts of time on social media. We want to make sure that we are not overdoing the good things or what feel like good things for us, okay? And we want to make sure that we are approaching this transit with some measure of moderation in mind. So for tomorrow, big day, January 15th, Wednesday, we will have Mars retrograde, 26 degrees of Cancer, opposing the Sun at 26 degrees of Capricorn. So this could be experienced more as a challenging transit, especially if we have natal planets at or around 26 to 27 degrees of Cancer and Capricorn, okay? So let me really explain this dynamic for you. We've got Mars, right? Mars is the planet of action and forward movement. But right now, Mars is retrograding, so it almost feels as if the forward movement or the forward momentum is paused just for the time being. It might feel that way. And we just had the full moon yesterday conjunct Mars, which was really like an activation for the energy of Mars. So tomorrow, we will be having the Sun opposing Mars, shining its light on Mars and illuminating all aspects of this planet. So if you are feeling frustrated because things are not moving ahead for you the way that you would like, or things seem delayed, or if you're dealing with a lot of obstacles right now, this transit tomorrow is going to bring all of those feelings up to the surface and into your full awareness for the time being, okay? Now, here's the important part with this transit. Because Mars is in the sign of Cancer, Cancer is the sign of home and family, all right? So you might feel quite a bit of tension and frustration with those who are closest to you at home. All right. And it's really interesting for most people because our relationships that we have with our families and with our partners, our significant others, they tend to represent the area where we've got the greatest amount of unconsciousness, or where we display the greatest amount of unconscious behaviors, right? So it's with these people, those closest to us, our family, those we live with, that we will most likely experience the negative side or the shadow side of this transit in the form of arguments and conflict. Okay? So from today, even though it starts tomorrow, could already be feeling it today through Thursday, please be gentle. Be gentle with yourself and be gentle with those around you. And give yourself time alone to decompress if you find yourself getting amped up and angry and frustrated. Okay? Be gentle with your children, because remember, just like you may be feeling the energy, they feel it as well. And they might be prone to acting out as well when they're feeling the energy. So just provide that safe, loving, nurturing space for them. And since I am a trans medium, I do have a message here to share with you from my guides dealing with this transit of Mars opposing the sun. And here's the message. Refrain from telling yourself that it's all or nothing. It's this type of thinking that separates you from the energy of source and catapults you into the energy of fear. Once fear takes over, your ability to make choices that are aligned with your highest path is greatly diminished. Hold your anger gently, like you would a small child, and speak loving words of, I am safe. I will always be safe. Once you register the frequency of safety within your body, you will have transformed your anger into your power. So please remember this over the next few days. Remember, let's be kind and gentle with those who are closest to us and with ourselves at home. Then Friday, January 17th, we have Sun 27 degrees of Capricorn sextiling Neptune 27 degrees of Pisces. So this will be a great transit, a great time for anything mystical, spiritual, creative. And you can use this energy to create something absolutely beautiful as far as music, art, or any other creative modality that you are participating in. You can also use the energy to connect to your higher self and to your higher purpose. And then finally, Saturday, January 18th, big transit of Venus 16 degrees of Pisces, and Venus is exalted in Pisces, conjunct Saturn 16 degrees of Pisces. So remember, Venus is the planet of pleasure, of love, and beauty. And when we're talking about transits, it's the slower moving planet that's going to infuse the faster moving planet with its energy. So the slower moving planet in this case is Saturn. Saturn is the planet of discipline, focus, and commitment, all right? So this is not a transit about self-indulgence. This is going to be more of a transit dealing with restraint. Okay? Restraint in the areas of love, relationships, and finances. So it's about looking at things in a realistic way and figuring out how to commit to what we want to keep in our lives, and then how to release or let go of anything that's not serving our higher purpose anymore. So for those of you with children, Venus conjunct Saturn could show up as your child has been involved in a hobby, and now the hobby is not so much speaking to them anymore. Maybe it's baseball, soccer, or maybe guitar. Maybe, you know, they're just not drawn to do that anymore. They don't feel as if it's connecting with them or aligning with who they really are. And that could be something that comes up. If so, take a listen to your child, see what they're feeling, see what they're saying, and then, you know, you make the proper decision together about how to move forward. So those are the transits for this week. I want you to use all of this wonderful energy consciously. And now we will move to, I think we've got a caller, Monica. Monica, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Monica. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. Would you like astrology or tarot?
Tarot.
Okay, so let's go for it. All right, and I'm just going to do, would you just like a general spread?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, Monica, so let's see what we've got going on here for you. Just let me shuffle. And are you in Maine? Is that where you are? Where are you located?
Nebraska.
Nebraska, okay. Nebraska, and I'm down here in Texas, so I know that you're probably having, we've got cold weather down here. I'm sure that you guys are having cold weather up there too. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, we are. Real cold.
Yeah. All right, Monica, I'm going to shuffle one more time, and I want you to tell me when you want me to stop.
Stop.
Okay, there we go. Let's see what we've got. Okay. All right, Monica. So it does look like right now, I know that I've got the Wheel of Fortune right here for what's going on right now. It does look as if there has been some change that you are experiencing. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, now the change, the conflict card that I have, I do have the Nine of Cups. So it feels as if the change could have been a little bit destabilizing or making you unsure more of, like in the area when we're talking about cups, we're talking about our feelings, emotions, or love. So any of those areas may have, or you might be feeling a little bit tender in those areas due to the changes that you are experiencing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what's interesting, Monica. In the past position, I do have the Five of Swords, which does show some type of fight or conflict that you've been through, I would say not too long ago, like within the past couple months. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does feel like as I'm looking at your personal power card, we've got the Three of Swords. So again, there's this theme of something doesn't quite feel right. Something hasn't been right. Maybe my relationships with others or how others are dealing with me or treating me, I haven't felt good about it. And it's like a little bit heartbreaking for me. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And even in the position of the external influences, again, I do have the Five of Wands. This is about conflict between people. So whatever that's going on, like between you and others right now, it's a really significant part, or it's taking up a significant amount of energy in your thoughts and how you present yourself. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally.
Yeah, but this is what I love, Monica. This is what I love about your spread. So I see the dynamics at play. It looks like they've been tough and difficult dynamics, but there's light at the end of the tunnel for you, because over the next 2 weeks, we do have the 10 of Pentacles. And when it comes to the 10 of Pentacles, usually this is the card that shows I'm feeling very fulfilled financially, with my family, with those around me. I'm just really feeling a sense of well-being. And this is the card, the energy that you have to look forward to over the next couple weeks. So it feels as if things get better, okay?
Okay.
And I know as I'm looking here at the 10 of Pentacles, they are drawing my attention. My guides are drawing my attention to this little kid here that's down like in the corner of the card. So I'm not sure if you've got a young child or a young grandchild, But there's something here that I'm picking up on over the next couple weeks, this feeling of well-being. You may be spending time with a younger child in the family, which really gives you a boost of positive energy. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, it does. Totally.
Okay. Great. Okay, so that's the 10 of Pentacles. Pentacles, it's all about like money, resources. And then what's even better, over the next 4 weeks, we've got the Ace of Pentacles. So there's the potential for something wonderful to come to you, whether it's you get a raise at work or there's an opportunity for a new job, some type of new opportunity can or should be coming to you over the next 4 weeks, okay?
Good. Yeah, I'm looking for a job.
Oh, great. Okay. Then I would say within the next 4 weeks, within the next month, it looks like that you have a job, okay? It looks like with the Ace of Pentacles there. Now, what I want you to remember, we do have the Two of Pentacles in the answer position for this card. So when it comes to the Two of Pentacles, it's all about balance, okay? It's all about having emotional balance, and it's all about having financial balance as well. So looks like you've been through a tough time. And right now, what your guides are really wanting you to focus on, more than anything else, is maintaining a sense of emotional balance, even though things might seem quite difficult in the present moment, okay?
Oh, yeah. That's what's been happening to me lately. I've been having my emotions been up and down, and financially not stable, and basically not having a job, looking for a job. So you hit it right on.
Yeah. And that's what I love about tarot. So please remember that. We want some emotional balance right now. Lean into that and lean into trying to find the balance, I guess, with finances. But it looks like everything's going to work itself out for you over the next few weeks. Now, the card that shows what you fear, I do have the Five of Pentacles, which is kind of feeling like maybe a little bit left out or out in the cold, or like there's not enough money, all right? Now that's only your fear, but what I love about this is the outcome card is my favorite in the deck. It's the Seven, the Chariot, the major arcana card, the Chariot, okay? Which shows forward momentum. We are moving, we're doing something, we're taking action in a positive way, and we're seeing wonderful changes in our lives, okay?
Okay.
All right, so that's what I have for you. It looks really, really good for you over the next month to 2 months, Monica. And I'm really, the difficult circumstances or whatever, it looks like those are going to be in the rearview mirror for a time being. Okay?
Good. And by marriage and relationship or anything?
I would say the Chariot also has to do with relationships as well. Everything seems to be moving forward.
Good. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling in today, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And so here we are at the end of a show. Thanks for joining me today. And I want to remind you all, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. So keep shining your light bright, and I will see you here again next week.
Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. I call it the magical window because it lets us see things that our senses don't pick up. For instance, we don't always know what it means. You know, you'll hear when I do readings like that. I will read the cards to somebody and say, listen, I don't know what this means, but you will. And, you know, this is an experience I have not just here on the radio show, but I've done this in my personal readings back when we were allowed to be face-to-face with people. And I've got an update on that for you. They know. I don't need to know what the cards mean all the time. And I don't inquire because people like to keep things a little private sometime. And I really admire everybody who calls anyway, because I hope I don't scare anybody out of this, but to come in and talk about what's happening in your life in front of a few million people. And don't think of it that way. Just think of it as you and me talking with a whole bunch of people listening. But so you don't have to go into too many details if you don't want to. But we don't have to know exactly what the cards mean. And this is what happened to me at the end of 2019. You can go back into the archives and verify this. I'm not blowing my own horn. I kept getting things for people in readings on the air here and in private that were new beginnings. That one phase of life was ending and something new was going to come. New beginnings in terms of money, new beginnings in terms of work, it was all new, and I couldn't fathom that. I didn't know why, but I said, something is up, man, something in the air, something is happening. And of course, by 2020, we knew what was coming up in March of 2020. The thing changed, everything changed, and things were shut down, and I picked up that wonderful disease in April of 2020, always on the avant-garde. I'm a New Yorker. I have to do everything first, meaning the hard way, So yeah, I had that, and so many people are reevaluating their lives now. And what is the big trend in America now? Quitting your job. Now, I've never been, I have to say, I've never done any jobs that I hated, if you know what I mean. I haven't always worked in fields that I wanted to work in, because we don't always have that luxury. Sometimes that's the wolf at the door, right? But every time I took a job that I didn't like, I always knew that here's how much I just made for working this hour, and what I could do with that money, and work towards getting something else. Alan Watts, the great philosopher Alan Watts, said once, all sensible people, and this annoys people when I tell them this and when I put it up on as a meme on the internet, all sensible people make a living doing what they like doing what they enjoy doing. And people say, well, yeah, but that takes luck. And no, it doesn't really take luck. It takes a clear understanding of what you want to do and the willingness to do other stuff that you maybe don't like doing in the meantime to get there. That's all. Even when I was, say, working in a sales office as the inside man on the phone, dealing with clients and prospective clients and all of that, I didn't hate the job, but it certainly wasn't my dream job. But I knew that I was I was surviving, and I was able to pay the bills with that and get to the next thing I wanted to do. And within, it was just marvelous. It was just something to do in the meantime. But even that, it was a matter of communicating, since I was the inside man. I was on the phone all the time. And I realized, looking back from the lofty position of my elderly years, that just about every job I ever had, whether I liked it or not, involved communication. Now, that could probably be because almost every job requires communication. But that was what I specialized in, was communication, and I'm still doing that. You're just lucky, they would tell me. No. I mean, I made the mistake. I think I told this story once before. The great comedic actor Lou Jacoby, who you've seen in things like Everything You Want to Know About Sex But We're Afraid to Ask, and Don't Drink the Water. He did the play on Broadway. Jackie Gleason did the movie. But you'd know Lou Jacoby when you Google him, and you'll know what I'm talking about. And I was sitting in a bar having a chat with the man, and I had just done like I sold my third or fourth screenplay, and he asked me how I was doing. I said, well, I've been lucky. And he yelled at me. He said, no, it wasn't luck. It wasn't luck. It was talent and skill and effort. That's my bad Lou Jacoby impression. But he had a point there. We do tend to put ourselves down sometimes. That's Eliot's law number 4. Don't put yourself down. There are millions of people in the world willing to do that job for you. Don't do it for them. Don't put yourself down. But people now, the biggest thing in this country is quitting your job. It's practically a fad. I don't know what kind of clear idea the people have about what they're going to do in a few months when the money runs out. And I know that a lot of them have, unreasonable expectations. Like, I can't tell you, my entertainment background. I have met so many people who just say, well, I'm going to be rich and famous by the time I'm 25. Well, for me, of course, that ship has sailed. I am way beyond 25. But the thing is, that's not a goal, That's a desire of some sort, but that is not a goal. And I find it's best to just see where life takes you and enjoy it, because there's something good in everything you do. But a lot of people hate their job, and a lot of people are sickened by their work, and it takes a mental and physical toll. And now we've had, since March of 2020, people have had their lives upended. You know that. I know that. It's been in the cards. My cards showed me this in 2019, and I said, something is in the air. Something is coming. Something is going to be. Because, you can't get readings for everybody saying that new beginnings are coming, because that's just weird. But then again, of course, new beginnings have come for just about everybody. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about changes in the air and doing things that are good for you. But right now, tarot is still showing the way. For instance, now I've got to laugh because the card, I just turned the deck over and the card I got was the Hermit. And that is a person who shows the way. He's holding a lantern there, guiding you. So these cards are alive. They really, there's a theory that the cards are literally alive, as is everything. But the cards play these little tricks on you. All you guys out there who read tarot, you know what I'm talking about. The cards will do little jokey things. How many times on the show have I said, well, you should expect the High Priestess card to show up, and then the High Priestess card shows up, and there you have it. But the card that I've got for the times now, I look at cards before we go live on the air. And the card, I want to take a moment to tell you about this. The card is the Sun. I got it twice, folks. The Sun is about healing and health and growth. And that's where we're entering now. Now we're entering a period of healing and health and growth because we all paid our dues for the last couple of years. Europe is unlocking. What happened is exactly what many medical experts who are not bureaucrats, but are actual doctors and who work in the field, they said this in 2019, before most people even heard of what was coming down the road, that these things happen every 100 years or so, and they last about 3 years, and they can cause devastation. Let's face it, it has. But they said this kind of a virus mutates until it becomes pretty much harmless, just like a cold or a flu. Now, there's nothing harmless about flu. That kills loads of people. But the real danger of flu is that it turns into pneumonia if it's untreated. But pneumonia is treatable with antibiotics unless it's viral pneumonia. But it's technically usually only get bacteria pneumonia. The great 1918 flu epidemic that killed 5 million people, or was it 50? I don't know, 5 million people, I believe it was. That was because of the secondary infection of pneumonia, and we've got that licked with antibiotics. And they said a couple of years ago, they were saying these things mutate to become less and less deadly, which is what we've been seeing. From the first one, Alpha, which I was privileged to get and scared me to death, and then you had Alpha and Beta and Delta and now Omicron, all that stuff. It gets weaker and it gets more contagious and less deadly with every mutation because it's a very inefficient parasite that kills the host. So the virus has an evolutionary advantage in letting us live. Now, nobody said it's easy getting there, but we got there. And now it's being recognized that we don't have to do. Now, you got to watch out because there's a lot of people in government who took a lot of power. Now, I'm not going to get political on this. I'm not going to blame one side or the other. But it's very hard to take power back when it's been grabbed. And just be prepared. It's going to open up. We're going to get back to normal, but we're different. We've changed. This is why people are quitting their jobs. But what's going to happen, it's going to be slow getting back to normal because, and it's not because of a new normal, it's because there's going to be a reluctance to let go of the power by the people who, are heroes and made book deals and documentary movies. It's very tempting to these bureaucrats to do that. But it's what's going to happen in I believe this from looking at the cards and from common sense, is that we'll be told that we have to keep doing these restrictions and things for a little while longer, even after it's not a big problem, because we don't want this thing to come back. Well, it isn't going to come back because it isn't going to go away. It's now endemic. It's now something that is part of our life. And if you had it, God bless you, like you were, no matter. We've known about natural immunity in the immune system since 430 BC, folks. So don't let them freak you out by saying it doesn't exist. I'm not telling you what to do. I do not give medical advice, nor do I take medical advice from people who have not examined me or treated me. So I'm trying to keep this as historically in context as possible. The card I'm getting for the coming period in our lives is healing and health and growth. And the sun represents a new day. We could use that, man, can't we? Couldn't we really use a new day? So keep an eye on what's going on in Europe because we tend to lag behind them a few months. They are opening up. They're dropping their restrictions. They may come back. There was a time when a few months back where they said it's okay. You don't have to use masks anymore. And then they then they reversed themselves. So you don't know what's going to come down the pike. I'm laughing because I have a book. Now, I'm trying to do this in a very sensitive way without sounding like a plug, but I really strongly suggest you buy this book. I have a book about shaving. We've discussed this before, and I think this is a great gift for any guy in your life. It's how to use an old-fashioned straight razor, but not the kind that your grandfather used, where you had to keep oiling it and waxing it and then honing it and then sharpening it and then stropping it. And all. There's a new kind of a tool that you can use that gives you that kind of a shave. And you're waiting for me to explain why I'm talking about this, and I'll bring it together. This is not just, my brain wandering. And I made an ad for that book, which I thought was pretty damn clever, when the CDC said you don't need to wear masks anymore. And I said, men, you don't have to wear a mask anymore. And now get out there and give yourself a really good shave. And you see, that was the ad. And that was me promoting the book. That ad only lasted about a month before they reversed it and said, you better mask up again. But I'm saving that for when they do it again, Now, that is a good thing. Like I'd say, you want a Valentine's Day gift? You want to give a guy a gift that he will remember you forever? give them that book, which you'll find at mojoacademy.org, which is A Modern Way to an Old-Fashioned Shave. And I assure you that if the man in your life uses that for the rest of his life, every time he shaves, he'll think of you. You'll be right on his mind. Who could ask for anything more, right? Well, there's a little more I'm doing. I'll be putting a little notice up on this on Facebook and other places, social media. You get that book now as a Valentine's special, and I'll throw in a free Mojo Brothers shaving soap. There, you see? Now, I'm doing this. I only mentioned the shaving ad because I got shafted by the CDC when I designed an ad that celebrated no longer wearing masks. You know, I used to go days and days and days without shaving as long as I had to wear a mask. Why bother, you know? But those days are coming to an end, and some people won't accept it. Some people are accustomed to living in fear. Fear is addictive, and you know it scares a lot of people. Fear scares a lot of people, is what I mean. It sounds silly, doesn't it? But remember, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Franklin Roosevelt popularized that, although it's an older quotation. He was just making reference to something else. But I think the fear that was out there in early 2020 is gone. I don't think people are afraid now anymore. I think people get it. You know, they can get fear. They can be afraid momentarily. I'd like to think about Abraham Lincoln and paraphrase him, which is, you can scare some people all the time, and you can scare all of the people some of the time, but you can't scare all the people all the time because it's weary. Isn't it hard being scared all the time? I, for one, enjoy the idea of having fear because fear is a very normal evolutionary thing that tells us that we're in trouble. You know, fear tells us that there's danger, and it's good. But if you live in a constant state of fear, forget about it. It's going to destroy your body and your mind. It's the same with anger. Don't you know somebody who's addicted to anger, who's always angry? Always. You know, they're so overwhelming to be with. Well, anger is important. Anger is important. Anger is the feeling that tells us that we've been mistreated. And parents, I believe, make a huge mistake beating the anger out of their children verbally. Don't you raise your voice to me, young man. You know, that kind of thing. You know, you want people to express anger when they know they're mistreated. And bottling up that anger, it turns it into rage, and then you have these rageaholics who are always angry. Not good for you, your body, your mind, or your social life. Let's face it. You don't want that. So all this is by way of saying that people react oddly to fear and change. And now the fear is dissipating. And there are people who will use the fear to control others and try to hang on to that power as long as they can. That's normal. That's what unscrupulous human beings will do. And we have loads of those. But just center yourself. Realize that you're still here. You went through an awful lot. You know, pat yourself on the back. Here, this is it. For all of you listening who've, we all survived this. Okay? Yes, a big round of applause for all of us for coming through this. And now we're in the end game. Now it's ending up, it's winding down. And the new variant is spreading like wildfire and hurting almost nobody. I mean, even the CDC admitted that up to 50% of the hospitalizations for this illness turned out to be for something else, and then they discovered that they tested positive. So it's not as bad as you think. Now remember, listeners, remember that months and months ago, I told you, I had a chance to have a conversation with an insurance executive who told me at the time that hospitals are being clogged only because people freaked out when they caught a cold. And they went right to the hospital, and that's what did it. So anyway, congratulations for riding this out and making the sacrifices that you did and the losses that hit you and the doubts that hit you. That's all part of growing and changing and becoming what we want to be. If we're lucky, we can pull that off. But we're entering a new phase now, and that's why, of course, you'll be seeing more and more of this in the coming months about people just by the millions quitting their jobs, taking time off to see what it is that they want in life and what they're doing and where they're going. And I certainly think that you should consider tarot readers such as myself. You don't have to use me, of course, to further guidance that can show you mystically what is coming and what is around the corner. So that's it. That's the good news, folks. It's good news. We've been through hell, and we're still here. Now, I'm going to get down to doing the readings. If you want to know more about what I do, just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Check a look at check out on the menu at the top of that page, because there's like 103 pages of things there, of information, and some free gifts that you can download, offers. You can get a free birth chart. You can get a whole birth chart for yourself. You do that, I'll get you a free tarot reading. See, check out that. Anything you want is over there. You can contact me and learn whatever you want to. If you have a question about any of this mystical art stuff, just let me know. And I'm at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. That's the website. And there's a contact page there, or you can use my email, asktarot@earthlink.net. Let's get to the readings. I've been talking long enough, but I'm talking because this is such a monumental time, because we're coming out of the darkness, and the sun shows we're coming into the light. We're now going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space, and then we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for the first reading. And Susie in Kingston, Ontario is our first call tonight. Hi, Susie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Pretty good, thank you.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. What can we look at?
Well, how about relationship, love?
Okay. Well, that's okay. Good. The first card I've got here is the Page of Cups. Cups are about romance and affairs of the heart and emotions, and the page tells me that there's something new coming your way. Are you in a new relationship now, or are you expecting one?
I am in something new, yes.
Okay, that's the Page of Cups. It appears. The Ace of Cups is like theoretical, that this is coming soon. But the Page of Cups that you got is real. So that's the sign of a new relationship. The Two of Cups is here. That's another card that's a sign of a new relationship. So that looks pretty good. It's very good. The Hanged Man is here. Have you made some sacrifices lately in your life?
Yes.
Okay, that's what that's about, and that means that what you sacrifice, you sacrificed. You don't have to go into any details about it, but it's going to pay off for you. We'll put it that way. Okay, that's why I asked about it. And the next card is the Star, which is hope and optimism and joy. Did you recently have a bad relationship with someone?
I wouldn't necessarily say bad, just a little complicated at times.
Okay, because there's a card here of sadness. That's why I asked, because the Three of Swords is here, and that's a card of sadness. It's a little bit of heartbreak. But overall, everything else is very happy and optimistic here. So that's good. I guess what I see from this card is that there's still a little bit of sadness left over from something previously. But the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is great joy and happiness and a home and family and love and caring. So I think that you're headed right for something good now. This new relationship may be really good for you.
Wonderful.
The important thing is that the cards showed that you do have something new going on, and it reinforced that twice with the Page of Cups and the Two of Cups. So you let it grow, see how it works. I don't see any speed bumps here. I don't see any problems. I just see happiness. Here's another one, the Four of Rods. That's another card of domestic happiness and joy. So it's looking good for you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling in.
Take care.
Bye-bye now. And we're going to shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot. And I use the name Reverend Elliot because it's a lot easier to pronounce. And I could tell you my whole name sometime, but there's a story behind it because I have 3 middle names. 2 of them are the same. So, it's weird. I can tell you about that sometime. But it's just odd. I have I got like 5 names in there. So, and one of them is in there twice. I have no idea why that happened, but that happened. Cherie in New South Wales is on next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are things in Australia?
Nice and hot at the moment.
Well, it's a big place. It's kind of an odd thing to say, how are things in Australia? It's like saying, oh, you're from Australia. Do you know Louis? It's it's a huge place, I realize, saying so, how's things there? But I guess it's
the whole country's pretty hot.
Yeah, well, you're in summertime right now?
Yes, we are.
Well, I prefer heat to cold, and it's been it's been cold here lately. I'm in New York City where I'm laughing at because years ago I worked for a guy, it was a wonderful guy who almost single-handedly developed a sophisticated form of telephone marketing. And he went on a vacation around Christmas time once, and he, from New York, he went to Australia and he packed only winter clothing because he figured it was winter, And when he got, you know what he found when he got there, right? So.
Yes.
So, Cherie, what can I look at? What can I look at for you tonight?
I'm anything general, really. I'm hoping to move pretty soon, which would be nice if that's going to happen. But maybe baby, if there's any more along the way.
Well, you're entering a time of change. This is what I see now is definitely you're entering a time of change. I don't want to startle you, but so I'm going to give you the last card first. The last card first is about great joy and happiness. Okay, but it's going to be a little bumpy getting there. Yeah, and I'll tell you what I've got. I've got the tower struck by lightning, which means something is going to happen to abruptly bring an upheaval into your life, which is neither good nor bad. It's not a value judgment. It's just that something sudden is going to change things for you. The 10 of Swords is here. The 10 of Swords is also about change. It's about the worst in life is over. A lot of bad stuff may have been thrown at you, but you're still here, and it's over. Now, the next card is the Wheel of Fortune, which is also about change. So you see, this is why I'm saying you're entering a period of change. And because of the 10 of Swords, it's going to be a change that's good. Whatever bad stuff was going on in your life, it's finished. The next card is the 8 of Cups, and that is a person who is leaving things that aren't working and going to something better. Now, you're talking about moving, right?
Yeah.
See, that's a literal representation of the idea. That's not saying you will do it, but it's saying that you're looking to make a change. And that's a card of a person who just leaves things that are not working for her and heads to something better. The 2 of Rods that indicates there may be seeds that you planted that you're waiting to come to fruition. Now, this is the card just before the one of great joy and happiness. Has somebody been treating you badly?
Yes.
Okay, because what I've got here is the 5 of Swords. That's about a deceitful person who's manipulative, who's trying to, going maybe behind your back and gossiping, all that good stuff, right? Well, that's not going to last. That isn't going to last. That's a very unhappy person, I see. That is a really deeply wounded, unhappy person. And people like that eventually give up and try to inflict their problems on somebody else. But that's followed again, as I said, by the 10 of Cups, which is great happiness. So this is good for you. You're entering a period of change. Oh, it's the Six of Rods. That's success, great success, very good success, triumph, in fact. It's big success. So you didn't come through all the difficult stuff for nothing. You're going to come out of this. You're going to come out of this fine. Just don't be a little freaked out if it takes a little longer than you expect, because you are moving, as the Eight of Cups shows, you are moving away from what was toxic towards what's good.
Okay.
So you're doing a lot of work. You're healing yourself, because the person who's doing this in the Eight of Cups is not just being blown about by the wind, but you've decided to make change in your life, and you should be applauded for that, because you're bringing good change in there. In fact, here's the Temperance card. This is a wonderful card for this. That means balance is going to be restored in your life, and you're the one who's bringing that balance. So that's good. Okay?
Yeah.
So hang in there. It's going to be it may be a little bit of time before it all happens, but not a lot of time. Oh, here I got that 10 of Cups again, the card of great happiness. But you're headed for a big change in life, and all the nasty stuff that was going on is over. Okay? Trust me on that one. The cards show that it's over, and you're going to really come into your own. Here's the Empress, by the way. Did you ask me about children?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the card of fertility, the Empress. So there you go.
Oh, lovely.
So you're really entering a time where you're going to get what you want.
Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be a nice change.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way to help the vibes get to you down in Australia from up here in New York. How's that?
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. Hang in there, because you got really good stuff happening. It's coming your way.
Oh, thank you. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. Yeah, this is, see, like I said, it's a time of change. The people have been through so much in the last couple of years that our level of expectations has changed. And you know something? Some of you are going to be a little bit selfish. Ain't nothing wrong with that, folks. I have no problem. This is a thing a lot of people have a problem with, which is taking care of yourself. Remember earlier I said, don't put yourself down, because there's millions of people in the world who will be more than happy to put you down. Don't do their job for them. You don't. You just keep yourself going as positively as you can, because positive energy counts. And I'm going to show you a little thing you can do. The thing is that it's energy. It's all about energy. I want to do this. I'm going to do this for you now. This is not some mystical thing. This is not some magic ritual thing, although you can turn it into one if you want. The psychologists will tell you that the studies show that anybody who makes a list, just get out a writing implement and a piece of paper, you remember that stuff, paper, and write out a list of things for which you are grateful. I mean that. Make a list of the things that you are grateful for. You don't have to do anything other than that. That's it. That's all. Because psychologists have found through testing that people who do that remain happier than the average person for the next 90 days. See how easy that is? Do that. Make a list. Because we've been through some negative, nasty-ass times, folks. Yeah. So make a list of the things you're grateful for, and you will glow. You will shine. Felicity in New South Wales, Australia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hello, Felicity? Am I getting a concert now? Felicity, that sounded interesting. I guess maybe she's calling from an elevator. So maybe that's New South Wales elevator music. I don't know. So anyway, let's see if we can work out that little technical speed bump there. I'll tell you again, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network with me, Reverend Elliot. This is my 11th year. On January 5th, I did a show celebrating 10 years of doing this show. My time flies. And I have an awful lot less hair than I did when I started, but I didn't have all that much to begin with when I started 10 years ago. But now, hey, now I've got a nice shiny dome. Sometimes I shave it, what's left. Sometimes I don't walk around looking like I've got cotton balls over my ears. That's not a good look. So I tend to, I shave it. Now, that used to be a very negative thing. That used to scare the hell out of people. Men with shaved heads. You're a skinhead. Oh, you're going to stomp me. You're not going to find anybody less violent than me. But I just can't bring myself to shave my head right now again, because it's like 18 degrees out there at the moment. So no, I don't want. I like a little bit of insulation. I did find the first time I shaved my head, I found to my horror that my head kept sticking to my pillow, and that was very difficult to sleep with. So that's maybe I'll just have to get a nightcap like the old days, just a sleeping thing, one of those pointed things with a tassel, like the kind that Ebenezer Scrooge always wears when he gets awakened by those ghosts of Christmas, past or present. So let me tell you again, you go to magic-works.com. I want you to do that because that's my website, magic-works.com. And there's so many nice things there that are free. There's things you can buy there, obviously, but there's mostly free things. There's loads of videos that are on fascinating subjects. I've linked to wonderful videos. You go to the video page, you'll see that. You go to the toy page, there's some nice toys there. You go to the occult jewelry page, you'll see some nice gifts. Valentine's Day's coming up. If any of the gentlemen listening, you can get a hold of a little piece of jewelry there. There's a magical intent behind it. That's pretty good. As I mentioned, a good gift for this time of year would be for the men in your life, that book on how to enjoy a classic old-fashioned shave. I know people love that book. It's a very funny book, and it is informative. And it takes something that a lot of people see as a chore and turns it into something enjoyable and even meditative. So there, that was the whole point of my doing this, was to show people that it can be interesting to do that. Anything you'd want to do, you could turn into meditation. That's what the cards are good for, too. It's just you don't have to read them. You can meditate on the cards. There's some wonderful meditation exercises that put you inside a deck of cards. Think about that. You can read about that in a book called The Tarot Workbook by Emily Peach. See, I don't only plug my stuff. I don't know if that's still in print, but I'm sure there's copies around. It's a marvelous book on how to read tarot cards. It's in 2 sections. The first is really basic stuff. I mean, a novice, a rank beginner who is intimidated by this can read that and get it and understand it. The second half of the book is for the advanced magical worker, and for many years that stumped me. I'll tell you that. But it's worth looking into. It's called the Tarot Workbook. I know I talk frequently about my own book and CD set, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, for those of you who want to learn how to do tarot reading. But I do also recommend Emily Peach's Tarot Workbook. And I say this because you can go over to my website, magic-works.com, and look at a whole list of occult books that can really broaden your approach to the world. I'm not proselytizing, because this isn't a religion. It's a frame of mind, and it's something that human beings have done for years. And we lose something when we lose our sense of ritual. We lose something very important that it could be argued something that made us human beings. I happen to believe that mind power is important, because that's where it's at. Everything that you see, everything that you perceive, everything that you feel and touch and smell and taste, it's filtered through your mind. So you got to keep that mind working. You got to keep that mind open. You don't want to keep it soured. You don't want to make it angry all the time. Otherwise, you go snapping at people. And can you imagine spending your whole life trying to be the president, and when you get there, you start snapping at people and getting mad at them? You know, this is when I frequently talk about ambition, and why I think ambition is overrated. And ambition is a little dangerous. In fact, I think even civilization, we took a wrong turn. But that's a talk for another time. Maybe there'll be a talk for a Zoom chat. I'm thinking of setting up Zoom chats. I know I hint about this from time to time, but I do have. If you're interested in this, drop me an email at asktaro@earthlink.net. Of setting magical classes up for a very nominal fee. We all get together like we were doing through the pandemic, and we can set up a meeting, a bunch of us, and we can discuss the philosophy of magic 101 and see what we can do to use it to enhance our lives, because it is very important. It's and you know something, people make up rituals if they don't have them in their history. People will start making them up. We need that kind of stuff, and it's watch the way ball players will look at the little things they do before coming up to bat in a ball game. You'll see that the ritual can play a very important part in people's lives. Tanya in Merrill, Wisconsin is next. Hi, Tanya. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
Well, my dad passed away about 10 days ago, and it's really been wearing me down and kind of stressing me out. And
well, it's new. It's a terrible shock. I mean, was this was unexpected?
No, it was coming for a while.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make it any easier. I know.
No.
I know. So let's see. Do you want to see about a message, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we can do. First of all, let me just tell you that I will, at the end of the show, I will light a nice white candle to send positive energy to your father's spirit. How's that?
Thank you. That would be great.
Okay, now, there are certain cards that I almost always get when I do this kind of reading. And there are certain cards that I look for to tell me if this is an authentic communication. One of the cards that I look for is the High Priestess, because the High Priestess is the card of a person who can see behind the veil being this world and the next. And that's the card I've got here. I do have the High Priestess. So here's what we've got. And this is extraordinarily normal for these kind of readings, if there's a message to be sent.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Nine of Swords, which is a card of sorrow and sadness. Now, that's to be expected, because it's sad for you. I believe it's also sad for the departed. The next card is the Ten of Swords. That is a card I had earlier. That is a card that means the worst is over. That there was trouble, there was difficulty in life, and that's over. The next card, I get this so often in these readings. The next card is Temperance. That means the restoration of balance. The spirit is balancing. The spirit is coming to balance from a period on this plane which was out of balance. The next card is the Six of Swords, which is about a spirit. In this context, the symbolism on that card is a person in a little boat, moving from rough water to calm water. So the spirit is growing and finding peace. That fits in with the Temperance card. The next card, I probably get this every single time I do a reading like this. It's the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So now, considering that we started off with the Ten of Swords and the Nine of Swords, which are kind of sad cards and about troubles and pain and sadness, but the Ten of Swords, of course, has the connotation that the bad stuff is over. These things almost always end up with the Sun, because the spirit is now finding balance. The message is, I'll read it in the first person. I want you to know that the worst is over for me. I am now approaching a state of balance in my existence. I'm moving towards calm from the rough waters to the smooth waters, and I'm healing and growing is what the Sun card means.
Mm-hmm.
The next is the nine of coins. The imagery on that is a person alone in a garden holding a bird and is at one with the world and nature. So you see, a life that was out of balance is coming back into focus. The spirit is learning and growing. That's the message. And I get that all the time. So yes, it acknowledges the pain and the sadness, but it's saying I'm growing and I'm at peace and I'm finding the balance that I lacked for so long.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the message, and I'm working on the principle that it is a genuine message, because I had the High Priest card. Oh, here's another one. This is one of the other cards I look for in a reading like this. It's the Judgment card, which shows the angel, over the people in the resurrection. So this is about a person who is becoming what they were meant to be.
Okay.
So it's been 10 days. It's impossible to say, cheer up. And you would probably be well advised to ignore anyone who does that to you. But the spirit, because you're not going to cheer up. You're not going to get over this. This is not going to go away. You're always going to have a part of him with you. And there's always going to be a loss there. That's the curse of being the kind of animals we are, where we remember who our parents were.
Mm-hmm.
But we internalize that person, and then sooner or later, happy memories show up, and we realize that person, in a very real way, is with us, and we'll see what we got and what we learned, and what's part of our life. So, the main message is, I'm doing okay, but there's sadness there, but you expect sadness at this point.
Right.
It was sad for him and sad for you, and but it's tempered by the knowledge that a troubled spirit is finding peace and balance. So that's good. Okay, so I will light that candle for you. I've got to run now. I'm going to see if I can get in one more call, but that is a very positive outcome, and the message is, I'm doing okay. The message is never. The message is never cheer up, because you're not going to. That's the spirits know that, because the spirits also feel loss. The message is, I'm still growing, and I'm doing better. Okay.
That's good. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now.
Okay.
And let's see if we can get in that one last call here. Lee in Lancaster, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi. Thank you so much.
Hi, what's up? What can I look at for you?
Well, I'd love you to look at a situation with a relative in northern Maryland, who there's a mental illness there, and wondering if you can give me any advice on how to handle my nephew who is severely troubled.
Well, yeah, the first card I got is the Nine of Swords, which is a card of great sadness and pain, internal pain and sadness, and them seeing that that's the person. The next two cards are major cards, so this indicates it's an important thing in your life, that's for sure. It's the Temperance card and the Lover's card, and I'm interpreting that as saying that just treat this person carefully, because the person needs balance in life. Is feeling unbalanced and unsure, and caringly. Just be yourself and provide caring and understanding and love. And of course, that involves seeing medical professionals, which I'm sure you're doing anyway.
Right.
The card I have here is the Chariot, which indicates a person who's having trouble keeping opposing forces in working together. That's a major card also. You're dealing with a person who's feeling that they're being pulled apart, and it's very difficult. But that's followed by the 10 of Cups, which is a card of great joy and happiness. I think that what the person needs is balance in life, and keep that in mind, because there's great sadness and fear and unbalance and confusion in this reading, but yet there's a potential for happiness.
So, could you check and see if there's healing at the end?
Yeah,
if eventually.
Yes, I got, as soon as you said that, the card that I have is the Sun, which is the card of health and healing and growth. Yes. Boy, these cards love you, because that's the answer there. Now, the Hermit card is here also. That means that there's going to be somebody who's going to help in this. It could be doctors. It could be, anybody who can deal with people in this kind of condition. But the ultimate goal here is the Sun, which is healing and growth and health and happiness.
That's fantastic. Okay.
Okay, it's not going to be easy. I can see, look, I got the 10 of Rods here. That's a card of feeling overburdened. That's a card of, being, it's like a warning of taking on too much. But you know what you're taking on, and you know what you need to do, and just be sure to take time out for yourself too. That's because you can't help anybody if you don't take care of yourself, right?
Right.
So that's the message in that. But yes, as soon as you asked me about ultimate healing, I got the Sun card, and that is the answer then, and that's a yes. I've got to run. I've only got like a minute and a half to go, but I will light a candle to send positive energy your way, as well as I'm doing for a couple of other people tonight. How's that?
Would be great. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Have a good night.
Now. Thank you. And that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is, it's actually, Reverend Elliot Explains It All is really, that's a book I wrote, which is filled with wonderful, witty little essays about life and magic and joy and happiness. And like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that we're dealing with supply chain troubles and inflation, I would push that on you and say, buy it now, and you get a free kitchen magician. I sometimes think I was born to be in Ronco commercials, but that's something for the older folks. We remember that stuff. Life is changing, as I said. For instance, we won't be able to hear Neil Young on Spotify, and I can't tell you how heartbroken I am about that. But if you have anything in your mind that you couldn't get through tonight and you wanted to know if I can help you out, or take a look at my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you will see a whole array of things there that will inform you and entertain you, and there's even some movies there. There's one of my favorite movies is there. It's called Simon, King of the Witches. Ooh, man, that's one interesting movie. And it's a hell of an accurate portrayal of the occult life, this movie, Simon, King of the Witches. There's also, you can see on my page on the 10 Commandments, you can see the original movie by Cecil DeMille of the 10 Commandments. It's a silent movie. It's not the one with Charlton Heston and Edward G. Robinson, but it's there. So you get over to magic-works.com and you'll find a whole bunch of things to do. And I got to go now. So remember, until we get together next week, what you are is the universe's gift to you. What you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.